Morning, guys. What's up? Last day of the month. Morning. Are a lot of people short Corcept? Wow. Woo. Backslide cut in half. Yeah, some people are complaining about the Corcept data. I would say that if starting with the mechanism, and I guess I was told that another phase 3 trial for the drug did fail in cancer, which is not totally unusual, but it does make you wonder. Between those two things, you do have to maybe require a little bit more evidence than normal. But having said that, I agree that the data itself are pretty clean. I certainly don't have any reason to, doubt the data. Ovarian's actually quite difficult to show any response in, so that's pretty solid data. All right, let's look at all the stocks. Nvidia's traded the most with 10 million shares, then Tesla, then Palantir with 4 million shares. All the stocks are down between 3 and 7%. Market's down a lot today. Bank of America, Plug Power, Rigetti traded the third most or sixth most, down 5%. Amcor, Alphabet, Neo, Robinhood down 6%. D-Wave down 6%. Corcept up 80% on ovarian cancer data for their glucocorticoid antagonist. Surprising data. Trading 1.5 million shares. Supermicro, 1.5 million shares. Marathon Digital and HUT as well, all down a little bit. Corcept the only, HUT 8 is up 8%. News on including that the Trumps are starting a Bitcoin business possibly. Big Bear AI down 6%. Lucid, Intel also down. Moderna down 12% on RFK firing Peter Marks, who's a senior FDA leader. SoFi, Recursion, IonQ down 6%. Amazon, SoundHound, and Lifetime Trading Group all on the most traded list here at 9:15. Gainers include something called UTime, which I don't know if that's a real print or not, but Corcept, number one, Mr. Cooper being acquired, up 24%. Atlanticus Holdings, TechTarget, Axos, IDEA, Biosciences, QVC, Bluebird, which is also being acquired in a take under. HUT 8, F&G Annuities, Accelerate Energy, Fortrea, Cricket, ASA Gold, Maze Therapeutics up 6%. Central Puerto, and EFT, American States Water, AZZ Inc., my favorite company, Maycom Technology Solutions, MRC Global, Village Supermarket, Centerra Gold, and Celdex up 5%-ish. Not a whole lot going on the up list, but on the down list, we got a lot of action. Vaxcyte, the vaccine maker for pneumococcal disease, down 47% on bad data. Berkshire Hills Bancorp down 19% CI&T, Chesapeake Utilities. Moderna down 12%, as I mentioned earlier, as is Novavax. Fox, Unicure, Stevanato, which is the vial maker for these vaccines. Amarant, Bancorp, Unity Group, Innodata, Root, Celestica, Bancolumbia, Perimeter Solutions, Cerebell, Avid Exchange, Planet Labs, Palantir, Cosan, Oklo, LZ Technology, Redfin, and Innodata, all down 7 to 10%. Traded the most value today. Tesla, $1.5 billion. Nvidia, $1 billion. Rapid drop to $350 for Palantir. Alphabet, Mastercard, and Meta around 200. Amazon Strategy, Apple, Corcept, 150. Microsoft and Alibaba about 100. Bank of America, Boston Scientific, Broadcom, AppLovin down a bit from the still down from the Muddy Waters report. Coinbase, Taiwan Semi, Robinhood, AMD, Alphabet, Supermicro, Netflix, Berkshire Hathaway, and Mr. Cooper again being acquired by Rocket. That's what's going on here. Good morning. So yeah, the I guess the infant data was bad. Which is a good chunk of the pneumococcal market, right? Yeah, I know, Ajay. That's interesting. $22 out of 24 serotypes, and 20 out of 24 for the highest dose. So no coverage on some key serotypes there. $19 out of 24 serotypes. Yikes. So they have a third generation vaccine at some point. Will be further developed. But yeah, this the pneumococcal vaccine wars. I don't think it's related to Peter Marks. Pneumococcal vaccines will be around for a long time. They've been around for 30 years now. They will be around for another 30 years, so I'm not sure anything will change there. Yeah, this will be an exciting week. Our shorts are weak, so the longs are weak. Yeah, the anti-vax narrative is kind of good for IVVT. More people will get sick. I don't know if that's something to celebrate, but yeah, I would think infants are quite a lot, because it's compulsory. Most adults don't get vaccinated for pneumococcal, although they should. I think that the guidance for that is more wishy-washy than infants, which is like mandatory. We're not gonna. Oh yeah, we should rebalance. We should rebalance the bag 7 today. Yeah, we'll rebalance at the close. S&P down 1% today. Nvidia down 4%. Amazon down 2%. Comcast up. Hims down 5%. Robinhood down 6%. Tesla down 6%. Square, AT&T, and Verizon up. See how Corcept trades today. Ovarian cancer market, fairly substantial here. But 10 billion market cap, implying at least $1 billion in revenue. Yeah, Braden, definitely. A little more updates on that soon. Yeah, Corby's trading below deal price. I think the market dropping today is a good excuse for Morgan Stanley to not defend the share price. Yeah, we'll try some U.S. stocks. Booking and Burger King are two different companies. No, I don't think we're shorting Corcept. No explicit reason to do so. We could look at their news and sort of see what I think the interesting thing to me is, has anybody else tried the glucocorticoid antagonism in cancer? If so, what do those results look like? We'll just run and get some water real quick. All right. Okay, well, they had a phase 2. They had a phase 2 with pretty similar results. So kind of tells you that the phase, you can sort of count on the phase 3 results. I don't know, would you pay 10 billion though? Yeah, we can look at Caterpillar. Aren't too many GR antagonists in cancer. You know, they're kind of the GR antagonist company. So Corcept down to 94 after hitting 100. Markets open, quantum recovering a bit. Bitcoin 82K. Trump barely above $10, and Farcoin at 40 cents. So all the all this stuff that's momentum is for sale. D-Wave put out another bullshit press release, as they like to do. Corcept trading down even further, down to $90 after touching 100. Humacyte $1.89. Only one Caterpillar on this stream. Legendary American company. There will probably be news on the DARPA Quantum Initiative awards. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a volatile week. D-Wave is probably not going to be getting an award because they're not actually a quantum computer company. they're an annealer. So it's very unlikely that DARPA will fund them. But, you know, and obviously QUBT won't get one either. But, you know, maybe IonQ or Rigetti will get one, although I doubt it. You know, the one thing about the DARPA initiative is it's unlikely that IBM or Google will be applying, but we don't know. Let's see. Yeah, CoreWeave trading lower, big debt burden on that company, a lot of headwinds in the GPU hosting space. Corcept back up almost to 100 again. Vaxcyte. Real ugly day for Vaxcyte. Shares almost getting cut in half here, or a little more than half. Yeah, a lot of people wanted to short CoreWeave on the IPO. Corcept, you know, I have no reason to short it. I mean, a standard of care and ovarian should be able to do $2 billion. And again, given the phase 2 succeeded, there's no reason to really explicitly doubt the phase 3. So I'd imagine they'd get approval and uptake. You know, so the could actually be long potentially. D-Wave doing their user meeting today and tomorrow. Caterpillar. Texas company. $200 a share. 477 million shares. making it a $108 billion company. We have gotten pretty far down in the market cap list, although Caterpillar has had a rough, looks like, pretty rough period here as a cyclical stock, dropping quite a bit from when we ran this screen. It was 400, now it's 300, so I think I put the wrong price in. Okay, there we go. 155 billion market cap. I don't know why we saw a different price here, but $325. Okay, so 155 billion market cap. Saylor, yeah, having a hard time. The average price that he has on Bitcoin is he's almost in the red. A couple of down days and he'd be in the red, which would be funny to me. All right, so construction equipment. We've got asphalt pavers, backhoe loaders, cold planers, don't know what that is, compactors, compact track loaders, forestry machines, forestry machines, material handlers, motor graders, pipe layers, road reclaimers, skid steer loaders, telehandlers, track type loaders, track excavators, wheel excavators, and wheel loaders. I don't know what these things are. Only one I know is bulldozer, which that's construction. Then they've got a whole bunch for the resources industry. Electric rope shovels, drag lines, hydraulic shovels, rotary drills, hard rock vehicles, large track type tractors, large mining trucks, large wheel loaders, off-highway trucks, wide body trucks, articulated trucks, wheel tractors, scrapers, wheel dozers, fleet management, I'm guessing that's software, landfill compactors, soil compactors, machinery components, autonomous ready vehicles and solutions, select work tools, and safety services and mining solutions. Okay, that's kind of the gist. Looking at Caterpillar stock. S&P down 130 basis points, worsening here a little bit. Corcept reaching kind of highs of the day. Rough day for biopharma too. Capricorn down below 10 now. Palantir below 80 if you wanted that on your shopping list. Palantir Caterpillar deal. I'd like that. CEO of Caterpillar is named D. James Umpleby III. What a name. Okay, so I see the revenue here breakdown is, looks like half of the company, a little less than half is construction, a little less than half is energy and transportation, and the rest, 20% or so, is resource industries. So mining. I guess in energy and transportation, there's oil and gas, power generation, industrial. They have even further breakdowns. Resources. SPY down 140 bips now. I don't understand what that means. How much of your short portfolio should you typically hold in cash? Oh. Morning. Is that Big Vlad? Hey. Okay, so last 3 years for Caterpillar. Definitely some growth there. But, it's kind of like the definition of a cyclical company. It is like the most cyclical company. So Caterpillar revenue and earnings in a recession maybe would suffer. But keep in mind that doesn't mean the stock would suffer. If that's priced in, that's priced in. Quantum had a bigger bloodbath before the open. No, they're pretty globally diversified, but let's get to the numbers and see. So what kind of margins do these guys have on these gigantic machines? This is, again, more of a smokestack company where you want to analyze PP&E and things like that. Pretty much all the biopharma stocks are down on the Peter Marks news that he's been sort of fired by RFK. A lot of senior leadership apparently at FDA has left in protest, but I don't know if I fully believe that. That's the rumor. So will any drugs get approved? Will any medicine make it to FDA approval? And, I don't think RFK is going to block cancer drugs and things like that. And I also think that, drug CEOs have access to the Trump administration. And stopping FDA approvals would be very, very bizarre. I'm a big fan of the FDA over here, so. There's not too many non-opioid painkillers being developed. So I don't know how that makes a difference. Yeah, I think it's I think everybody knew the day was coming when there'd be, I don't know why you'd call it revenge, but I guess revenge against the bureaucrats, who I think are just trying to do their best, and they're not even bureaucrats. But I will say, take a look at the Huma medical review, where the medical reviewer for the FDA has said, we don't want Huma FDA approved, and the FDA approved it anyway, most likely due to some strange, dynamic. So pharma down across the board. Capricorn down 17%. Palantir down 7%. SPY down 150 bips now. Things are worsening quickly. Some of our favorites like ADMA down 10%. Vaxcyte down 54% on some bad news there. Some stocks not reacting. Anavex, SLS. Jazz is flat, but plenty of other stocks down a ton. Biohaven, interesting. CRSP basically can't stop going down. It's CRISPR Therapeutics. Never liked CRISPR Therapeutics myself. Rocket down 15%. My old company, Travere, down 11%. Chimera down. Sarepta down. BioNTech, of course, down with Moderna. I think only a couple of pharma stocks up. Bristol Myers, J&J, and Amgen. The companies that have drugs for sale don't have a problem here. But I'm sure they want FDA to work too. So yeah, I think, we've been bearish on this channel, as you guys know. Doesn't mean there aren't going to be stocks that go up. Doesn't mean that there aren't going to be stocks that outperform the stocks that go down. But it's a rough time right now. It's we've had a debt fueled expansion for a long time, and we can do the irresponsible thing and kick the can down the road and fuel more debt, and just keep selling more paper, which we are doing anyway. But somebody has to take a hard look at what we're doing with the government. I think we'll be bullish when stocks are cheap. I think you can't have no growth stocks trading at 40 times sales, 40 times earnings. That's high yield prices. That doesn't make sense. If you can buy a bond for the same price, why wouldn't be senior in the cap table? Why wouldn't you? So yeah, I think the surprise FDA situation, I think there was an expectation that RFK would serve as sort of just a figurehead, and by him getting involved deeply into matters directly. I think there's some concern there that, I think that's the hope, that was that he'd be just a figurehead, just whining and dining, hanging out around DC and just sitting out his 4 years, just doing nothing. But, if he's going to actively be guiding policy, I think that's pretty dangerous. So we got a lot of things happening, right? You have tech under siege via overinvestment and high valuations. You have biopharma under siege. It's not a small part of the S&P through potential regulatory actions or inaction. You've got sort of global industrial and manufacturing sector potentially under siege through tariffs. And you've got sort of deleveraging or, sort of fiscal spending unwind in addition to deleveraging kind of happening. So both fiscal and monetary kind of working against you. So yeah, a lot of reasons to be bearish. But we'll see. All right, so about 160 billion enterprise value. I'm not including the financial products debt. Looking at cash flows. About 10 billion in free cash flow last year. Again, 160 billion enterprise value, so 16 times free cash flow. Now the problem is, if that's a cyclical peak, that's kind of expensive. But it's one of the few mega caps we looked at that at 150 billion, it's actually not even a mega cap, just a large cap maybe. Possibly at reasonably valued, but hard to expect cyclical machinery growth in this kind of environment. Would think that we're at a peak there. Market recovering a little bit. S&P only down 115 bips now. Corcept also still retaining a high price at 97. What else is going on? Yeah, some recovery in our quantum shorts. D-Wave barely down at this point, but have no fear. That'll continue to drop, I'm sure. Crazy QUBT, is just a menagerie of shorting. Kind of shorts all bumping into each other on the way down. Or on the way up, too. Yeah, there's just a lot of shorts in QUBT. It's basically a worthless company. But remember, who is allowed to short sell? Who has the money to short sell? It's largely hedge funds. And hedge funds have gotten to a position where hedge funds can barely take any risk. And at the pods that control a lot of the equity market, those pods may have been short QUBT, and they're basically being asked to delever. So you might have a lot of short covering in QUBT and other stocks like it, because there's just a lot of folks that are short and they can't hang in due to different dynamics. I mean, maybe sometimes the rest of their portfolio, it could be the firm is having a rough year. So crowded shorts are going to kind of outperform because the crowded shorts will have to sort of, get rebalanced. And you don't want to be short, a crowded short in general, usually. But sometimes they're good shorts. So you just sort of have to ride it out. But I think that's what's kind of going on in a few stocks, more than a few stocks, actually. Okay, so it does look like the cyclical peak earnings. So when companies that have business cycles, which is sort of a old school term, some of you guys have never even seen a business cycle, which is hilarious. We used to say that in 2000. In 2000, we used to say, oh, you kids have never seen a bear market. And oftentimes it was true. And so a company like Caterpillar is called cyclical. What does that mean? It's pretty simple. Their earnings kind of look like this. And what's interesting is break even can be here, which means that they actually lose money in some years. But overall, hopefully they have positive net earnings. So what you try to do is you average an entire cycle. You say, okay, what's the PE of this? What's the PE of this? And because you can sort of say, well, that you could say is a sort of equivalent. This is still the break even. You could sort of reframe that as just the area under the curve if you normalized it for those two. So, maybe another way to look at it could be, let's say this is, again, this break even. You might have something like this, or hopefully you start to have higher cyclical peak earnings and maybe even have a situation where you don't lose money as your company grows. So that's sort of one way to do it. No, I think trailing 12 months isn't necessarily good for cyclical. You want to sometimes even do 5-year earnings or more, because you want to capture both parts of the cycle, the high earnings part and the low earnings part. So Caterpillar is extremely cyclical. Sarepta is sort of still under siege from some of the issues facing their drug. And you also have an issue with Sarepta because if the FDA is undergoing a large amount of change, well, their drugs technically did not meet the burden for some FDA approvals. So they got approved, of course, we know that. But, they were sort of granted a bit of a special approvals because of the very serious fatal disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So possibly one of these things where does RFK take a second look and say, wait a second, we should have not approved this. Let's unapprove it. I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know who would want to deprive these kids of a medicine that could help them theoretically. Nevertheless, we're in uncharted territory, so I think the market does not like uncertainty, regardless. So you could do, like I said, something called a cyclically adjusted PE ratio, or CAPE, which is surprisingly close to COPE, but it's CAPE. What else did I want to tell you about cyclicals? Yeah, if you haven't seen a bear market in a long time, or a downturn, economic downturn in a long time, it's kind of hard to understand this, but you could have negative earnings for several years. So I'm trying to go back and see what the cash flow situation was for these guys, going backwards a bit. Yeah, you can see here that at some point, 2020 might have been maybe a cyclical low. You can see that Caterpillar had very, very low net earnings and lower cash flow to still had around 5 billion. So if you do the PE on the cyclical low, it's 30 times earnings. If you do it on the cyclical peak, it's 16 times earnings, which is why I was saying I'm not sure it's cheap. It's still around 20-ish times earnings, and the cyclical growth, you sort of have to look at it cycle over cycle, which, is very, we're very used to looking at earnings and revenue growth year over year. S&P recovering, only down 90 basis points now. Corcept flirting with 100. And here was like I said, a cyclically good year was 2019. Okay, wasn't that great. Revenue was up a lot, but earnings didn't follow. So only 6 billion free cash flow that year. So kind of looking like Caterpillar's last year or two of performance was a bit of an aberration. Just discussed Sarepta a second ago. It's a rough day for many drug companies as the FDA leadership is being shaken up a bit. Interesting. But they actually do keep the free cash flow. So usually with the interest rates, you get a mix of higher costs as well as higher earnings. But it does appear to correlate fairly well with interest rates. But yeah, it was free cash flow was 5 billion to 6 billion for a while, and then shot up to 10 to 11 billion. But historically, they've also had higher sales too, to be fair. So I think that might explain it maybe even a little better. So they've had both. We all have the I mites. Okay, so we're going all the way back to 2017 now. Yeah, so 4 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, 6 billion, and then shoots up to 11 and 10 billion. So a little bit odd. Cord is Corcept, which is the drug company. You can also just use DES on Godel to determine what a company is. Very, very easy. I made it so easy, it's only like 3 or 4 keyboard presses. There's a rival service called Google, which also provides information. Well, peak to trough INQ is down about 60%, so I don't know if you've made more money shorting other things. God bless you if you have. Why don't you list earnings? What are you talking about? Why don't I list earnings of what? Yeah, I'm just saying the peak to trough drop is large. The peak to trough drop for the market's not that big. I haven't looked at Corcept in a while. Okay. Yeah, we're going back now almost 10 years for Caterpillar. Again, with these cyclical stocks, you have to go back quite a ways away to really understand them. S&P down 80 basis points, well off the lows. Okay, let's see here. Going back to 2015, almost 10 years ago for Caterpillar. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily feel like a good short if you've been shorted like I have, which is, kind of roller coaster. And there you have it. Those stocks are up now. Remember, you do have the DARPA tender results coming out this week or next week. Some of the companies already know if they've been selected, I think. Pain and punishment in this trade. But we had a lot of pain and punishment with Sava too. I don't think they're going to get it, but we don't know. I would expect them to insider trade it if they do. And we'll see if how the first companies react. We might want to do, one thing we could do on Godel is do NI DARPA. And we can just have a screen for DARPA news here that's real time. So this will alert us pretty much right away if there's a DARPA award. And remember, their goal is to award a lot of companies the first round and then sort of truncate that to just a few companies next. Yeah, D-Wave is definitely not getting it because they're not a quantum company. Well, for Viking, Amgen is already in GLPs, and they kind of have a superior GLP. Glaxo is kind of one of the only ones without a dance partner. But I don't know if Glaxo is going to be that relevant. There's lots of GLPs available and only so many people who want them. Yeah, the DARPA awards are not that big to start with. I think the final contract awards might be a little bit bigger. So we'll see if those DARPA awards are announced. Again, you could sort of have this set up on your screen so you'll be the first to know. I think what would be cool is if one of the private companies gets the award, then you might know that one of the public companies isn't getting it. GLP isn't too crowded. There's only two or three drugs approved. So for PD1, you have like 10 of PD1s approved. So I don't think you're crowded at two companies, but yeah, stuffy knows forever. All right, so Caterpillar, we're at the 2014 10K. Let's go back a little bit more. I'm not sure how many folks they're going to do evaluation. They're kind of doing evaluation awards, and then they're going to take those and go to kind of a more formal tender or bigger award. This might be one of the rare 10Ks where the financials are actually in a separate document. This is an old school one. Yeah, and this is a bit annoying because we actually have to find the other exhibit. $2015 10K. Let's see. This is like a little disorienting. Okay, it's 2018. Okay. I have 2015, and I think I have 2014. It's light mode. I just figured it out. That's why it's disorienting. Okay. So cash flow. Look how interesting. We had to go back 12 years, but they did have this cyclical peak, and here's the cyclical trough, and you can actually graph this. Let's chart this. It's kind of funny. You can see the cycle. It took them 11 years to have more cash flow than they had in 2013. So it kind of tells you a little bit how these cyclical companies go. And as somebody astutely mentioned, that's why we have a very smart audience. You sort of have a double cycle. You have the financing cycle, and then you have the economic cycle. So they're both cyclical. So you might get like a double cyclical bottom. And in some cases, you might have the cycles kind of offset each other. In some cases, you might have the cycles reinforce each other. Again, here you have the old style, which is you used to pull out the financials out of the 10K and put them in this weird section, which was like the exhibits to the 10K. And that was like the bane of a lot of people's existence, a lot of financial analysts' existence to do that. But that's how it used to get done way back when, in the ancient times of 2010. Not that long ago. But if you're old school, you gotta if you want to be serious about finance, you got to know how they used to do things and how they do things now. You got to know everything. There's nothing that you can not learn. You got to learn every company that was in your industry, that used to be in your industry, all the history, because you're gonna talk to these old heads. That's a technical term. I learned it in prison. The old head is just an old person, basically. They're the wise older person. When you talk to the old heads, you gotta be able to talk to them about the companies that existed in their time, because they're using those companies to guide them to understand the current world. And you don't have that benefit because you weren't there. In some cases, you weren't even born yet. So you got to go study my brother and I have an old joke between us, inside joke. We say you have to study the tapes. Comes from wrestling. But you really do have to go study the tape, the old tape. Read old 10Qs and 10Ks. That's why I actually spent a good chunk of my weekend processing this data set of old dead companies, dead stocks that have been removed. They were removed a long time ago from the S&P 500. I'm sorry, removed a long time ago from all data sets. These were just old stocks that went delisted and defunct, and almost no system has them, including Bloomberg. And so we're loading those into Godel because it's important. If you're going to study bubbles, for example, quantum stocks are in a bubble, you want to see, well, how long did other bubbles last? And to do that, the first stock I thought of was some of these old internet stocks. But to my chagrin, I couldn't find them on my system, which makes sense because we were just starting Godel. But I took a peek at some of our rival systems. I couldn't find them there either. They're not on Yahoo Finance. They're not on TradingView. They're not even on Bloomberg. So I was upset by this because I want to go see what that looks like. If I remember it correctly, how did some of these old stocks trade way back when? And so I found the data sets, so we're going to be putting them back. And then the same thing applies in news. A lot of these news sources go back 10 years or 5 years, and we want to be able to go back 20 or 30 years. Anyway, here's the chart of Caterpillar's free cash flow, and this is going back to 2010. So you had this very erratic cycle here, and this kind of bigger cycle. So do we go back down to 7 billion or 5 billion in earnings? If we do, that could mean, the stock's trading at 30 times. And with cyclical stocks, you just don't know. You just never know. And this is why semiconductors are, you might say, what does Caterpillar have to do with semiconductors? A lot. Shockingly, a lot. Semiconductors you can think of as cyclical machinery for microelectronics. When you need 10 tractors and you've only got 5, you order 5 tractors. And if you're sitting at Caterpillar, you just got 5 orders from 80 different places or 100 different places. Okay, great. You sell the tractors. And then you call the same customer a year later and you say, hey, do you guys want more tractors? He says, sure, this year we need 8. Fantastic. And you sell them 8. And you give them a call next year and you say, how many tractors do you want this year? 10? He said, John, it's been a bad year. You saw the tariffs, you saw the unemployment. He said, okay, so do you want 8? I said, John, I'm not ordering any. And John, the salesman at Caterpillar, says, what? But the guys, the factory, we made assuming you would order 10 or 12 or something. You're telling me you're not going to order any? He said, yeah, business isn't, we don't think business is going to be that good. So John's sitting there like, oh my God. And then he calls the sales guy next to him and said, John, Mike, I think I'm going to get fired. I said, John, why? I'm not going to make my sales quota. Mike laughs and he says, I'm not making my sales quota either. And they wait, and the next year comes around. He says, any chance you're going to order any tractors this year? The guy says, no, the economy's still pretty rotten. And then a year passes and he says, how about this year? And he says, I'll order 2. And that's a cycle. That's how it happens. And the same exact thing happens in semiconductors. So NVIDIA, though, is a unique company. It's not like the rest of the semiconductors where there really are substitute goods for something Microchip makes, Texas Instruments might make, and Analog Devices might make. Nobody makes an H100 or a B100, right? Just one company. And they pick their price. And demand is very good. And demand is not related to the economy, right? The ChatGPT servers are overheating, according to Sam Altman. They're melting. Of course, this is just hyperbole. But, we don't know. And that's the point, is that when John is hearing those orders and he's got 0 2 years in a row, John doesn't know if they're ever coming back. Maybe we don't need tractors anymore. And the same thing applies in semiconductors, where you're at the bottom of the cycle, you're saying, I don't know, maybe this is the new normal. Maybe we're never going to see a boom again. And you get really scared, and you get really worried. And the same thing happens at the top of the cycle, where you say, this is the new normal. We're never going to see a downturn. You don't understand. This is a whole new application. It's just impossible that we see a downturn. And inevitably there's a downturn. But even I'm, old grizzled veteran at 42, even I'm a little bit used to this outperformance where, I do think this is a new normal. I do think we have a super cycle led by AI. But, I don't know. I have no clue. I could see it go both ways. I mean, the AI applications are really great. But we can do a lot with AI with what we have now. And I'm not sure the marginal improvements are going to be necessarily worth. I mean, you got people talking about replacing all knowledge workers in the next 5 to 10 years. That's pretty amazing if it's even remotely possible. Even 5 or 10% of it is possible. That's a big deal. So if we replace a lot of knowledge work, it's pretty good for the economy. You're going to have those workers contribute to the economy somewhere else. I mean, it may be a little bit of a sloppy transition, but it'll happen. But, the question is, in this AI boom, will that counteract the cyclical downturn to the point where there is no cyclical downturn? And it's just a secular, which is the opposite of cyclical. It's a secular bull market in these chips. And that's sort of what's happened with NVIDIA. But if you remember a little while back, they had a 6 month to a year period where revenue was down surprisingly and the stock was down. This is before the H100 boom that really changed everything. So as one of you guys in the chat, again, we have a very, very intelligent chat, is remarking, it's difficult to invest with confidence. When I say invest, I don't mean you and me trading. I mean the CEO of Microsoft, the CEO of Facebook, Meta. Those are capital investments. It's difficult for them to say, you know what, I'm ready to make an uncancelable order for $5 billion of chips. Because what happens if I buy those $5 billion of chips and they sit there? If I hire $5 billion of people, I can fire them, right? If I want $5 billion of cloud capacity, oftentimes I can cancel it. I can't really do that with chips. I buy them, they show up in our warehouse, and they might just sit there. I don't glaze everyone. As you guys know, I like to ban you guys. I'll ban my followers. I don't care. I enjoy it. We make a whole game out of it. Yeah, NVIDIA has sort of crafted their capacity and their performance in a way that has created really great demand. Having said that, they've probably created a lot more demand than they may have even wanted. Because when you have that much demand, you really are setting yourself up for a disappointment. So, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, no problem. Guys asking for bans. That's easy. It's one click. Someone beat me to one of them. Okay, no problem. Stop crashing out. All right, S&P down 79 basis points. Corcept up over $101 now. NVIDIA is still struggling. Yeah, I don't know. Alex is making a good point. I mean, I don't think unemployment will go to 15%, but I do think, there's going to be some tumult. There's a bit of Jevons paradox. I mean, I think knowledge workers will be armed with tools to, supercharge their business. So I don't think we're going to have things get that bad. And things like physicians and whatnot, those will be very hard to replace. It'll take a lot of time to replace doctors and lawyers and other chunks of the market. But I already would imagine some legal work is being replaced by AI, and that's definitely going to put some pressure on the system. Market going up a bit. You could just do NI Trump if you want. I see some headlines scrolling on Godel here. Sometimes hard to keep up. Trump says serving in 2028 would be a fourth term. Okay. Trump crashing out a little bit himself. I don't know if you could replace an HR department with Trump. I'm sorry, with AI. Got Trump on the brain. Trump says Zelensky's trying to back out of the rare earth minerals deal with the U.S. That's from the People's Daily Online in China. We get Chinese news? Trump doesn't rule out running for third term. There's a lot of people that want me to do it. The Trump tape is very significant. Trump calls the coverage of the Signal leak old and boring. I love it. More Trump tariff worries. Trump reportedly pushes his team to be more aggressive with tariffs. Trump threatens bombings of Iran. Man, this man is a problem. Or maybe he's a solution. The UK will face Trump tariffs this week as the president sparks global recession fears. Dang. Next, we're going to be doing tariffs. We're going to be doing tariffs and short sellers. That's right. Take your profits. If you take your profits, you're going to have to pay me.
China. 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 China.
Can't tariff quantum. When we can, we will. Every qubit you gotta pay.
Wrong. 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 It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen. It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen. Dirty, rotten traitor.
Traitor?
Dirty, rotten traitor. You are fake news. I'm gonna come. China. We're not doing well. Let me call the Russians to help. I am the chosen one. Wrong. 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 I'm really rich. I'm really rich. Quiet. Quiet. I did everything right and they indicted me. I'm gonna come.
Download all these for future playback.
Wrong. Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you. Congratulations.
Are you gay? Are you gay?
Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Dirty, rotten traitor. Look at this guy.
I'm an extremely stable genius. Okay.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. Shut up, silly woman. Thank you very much. I don't give a damn.
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So we have.
Wrong.
I'm gonna come.
You are fake news.
Obama. China.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Wrong.
I'm really rich.
Because you'd be in jail.
Thank you very much.
Grab him by the pussy.
That China has total respect for Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain.
He died like a dog.
You failed!
All right, S&P down 87 bips now. It's all computer, yeah. That would be critical. Or everything is computer. Is that the... Al Baghdadi. Is there anything to watch on D-Wave? Yeah, I've already registered for the quantum conference. I don't think they'll be saying anything on there. Would have been nice to go to the Phoenician. Get the keynote address. I'm just looking at the agenda, it's like really bad. All right, still want to go through a few more Caterpillar 10Ks. Wonder what the 2008 era looked like for these guys. Okay, so 2009 was their trough year. Looked pretty bad. Almost break even, basically. Cash flow is still positive. So here's the last 19 years of free cash flow for Caterpillar. You could see sort of two cyclical, maybe 3 cyclical peaks, assuming this is the cyclical peak. It looks a little expensive to me. Yeah, and we should do some kind of quantitative study of like how do these companies do in the throes of like changes to GDP. I would assume they're somewhat sensitive to that, but I would also assume that like they get to a point where expectations reached a certain level that, you know, per recessions get priced in. It's just a question of how long is the recession going to be, in which case, you know, you're going to get that recovery at some point. So, you know, if when you're really young and really starting just to look at stocks, you might think like, well, if the PE ratio is X and the earnings are going to be 0 or negative, then how do I value the stock? And of course, we know that's just not how it works. But that's why that cyclically adjusted PE ratio will open your eyes up a bit. Don't do too many regressions. Ricky, I think your name is causing some stress amongst our viewers here. You seem to have these 3 letters that, when written sequentially, cause some stress. You with the clan, homie? You with Kanye? That's your boy? I don't feel safe right now. It's not a safe space. Literally shaking. You know, again, this is why, you know, I don't think it's great or easy to do macro, because everything's so path dependent and stochastic that you basically have 0, unless you're literally just got your finger on the button at all times. It's very hard to tell what's going to happen. And that's why uncertainty is a bit paralyzing to the market. If we all knew that, okay, there's going to be a 50 basis point decline in GDP and then it's going to come back to 3% growth, we could price that in. You know, that's what finance is all about. Get your calculator out. And it takes about 2 seconds to figure out what's going to happen. You price everything in and you move on. But we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how companies will react, countries will react, bankers will react. History doesn't help us too much. It's a many-body problem in a lot of ways. I don't think we had much of an opinion on Reliance. I think we got to learn a lot about it. First time we look at these companies, it's hard to form too much of an opinion. I mean, you're really just getting to know what the company's all about, what they do. It takes a little bit of time. Reliance is, it's the biggest company in India. It's good to learn a little bit about them. But, you're not going to be a Reliance expert in just one afternoon of studying it. A lot of interesting stocks to look at now that we're done with a lot of the biggest market caps. We can kind of let's see what's going on. Yeah, Memopolis, I am maybe in a little more chill state. Yeah, I do want to do Spotify. I want to do Oklo. Look at all these stocks. I need a cup of coffee, which will probably get me into the agitated scissor state. Okay, SPY rallying nicely. Only down 63 basis points. Yeah, biotech meltdown is really wild. Yeah, I don't know. Rocket doing two big deals at once. Pretty wild, I agree. Yeah, I kind of like that pair trade. Palantir versus Quantum. Because you get momentum neutralized in that trade. Momentum / high valuation is neutralized. So you should get quote unquote pure alpha. Yeah, I mean, Capper's going to fail. Capper is all cap at the end of the day. It's all cap. The quantum stocks are down 7% at the open. Yeah, I think with Palantir versus Quantum, you neutralize a lot of the factors. You don't want to be overexposed to one factor. If you're overexposed to I'm short high valuations and I'm short momentum, well, you could just short QQQ and you'll basically have the same portfolio. So you want alpha, not factors. it's beta, but you want factor neutrality too. You know, it's not hard to come up with a list of popular stocks, right? We have a name for them. Some of them are better than others, but they're all popular. So if you're going to own a popular stock, you should short a popular stock, and vice versa. If you own all, like, you know, under the radar value stocks and you're short all the popular stocks, well, you could basically just short the QQQ on leverage and you'll get the same exact return anyway. Right? You're not actually stock picking in that case. You're making kind of a macro bet, right? Short the 10 worst stocks and you wait, you'll get alpha, but you're really just mostly getting beta, right? So you kind of have to, if you want to be an alpha machine, you have to squeeze out all the other factors you can. I think the QC big short is a bit of a gamble, because if the market rallies, you're going to get caught holding the bag. If momentum rallies, which is a little bit what's happening here, you're going to get caught holding the bag. If bubbles rallying, you get caught holding the bag. So you need a lot of things to go your way, not just the alpha on the industry, but also, you know, you just sort of have to be generally bearish. Yeah, I like Discovery and Rob's fund. Not yet, TM, not yet. Yeah, you can even make a factor, a scam factor. You know, scam stocks. You know, a lot of these factors are sort of either really backward looking or too forward looking. Yeah, there's a bunch of stocks we like here. We all have talked about them quite a bit. Ugh. I want some coffee. Scamtastic. Yeah, we're gonna do a few twists and turns to the market maker, but we are definitely going to be running it. So we want to introduce autocorrelation, we want to introduce beta hedger, and we want to introduce more stocks to the portfolio. But we are definitely going to get there, and that's part of the reason why we're looking at these mega caps, is we want to think carefully about their inclusion into the market maker app. So it's coming. Okay, I'm gonna get some coffee. Don't go anywhere. Take me 1 minute max. You can time me. You guys can even bet on how long it's gonna take. I'm using the Keurig machine, but I don't know if it's warmed up or not yet, but we'll see. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm just like going back and forth with facts as to these historical. I think we just got it today, but I gotta fix it in construction stuff. Cool. That's a big deal. We'll also have the DE commit shipping out this week as well. Which one? DE dividends. That's big. Earnings are bigger. Yeah. But lots of people look up dividends. Like we have to think about financial advisors. Financial advisors, they look at dividends, they look at mutual funds, which we don't have any of. Like they're all always looking at mutual funds. Oh, you're developing mutual funds up 7%. Or Coca-Cola stock is going to trade at that next one. You know, that's the kind of stuff that they look at. A lot of fixed income investors won't get into penny stocks. They want to know when to check out the discount. I think about it, they retire on $1 million of Coca-Cola stock. Maybe they're well into it. Yeah. So 5% yield, you know, yeah, also steel. shortcuts of like fundamental analysts is they just look at EM or DE, and they're just like, oh, okay, it's at this many times earnings. They barely do anymore. So, well, the multiple, they're like, well, I know, like, okay, this stuff, Pfizer's this much, Bristol Myers is this much, and I think Pfizer's gonna grow, so they're the same multiple, Pfizer's better. You know, it's just like really dumb, quick, dirty analysis, but it is, you know, I think it encourages laziness, but at the same time, like, I can change the way Wall Street works. There's a whole suite of components to build out that earnings data. So we're starting off with EM. I know there's in that list of 30, there's obviously two more, and I know Bloomberg has similar inductions. The Facebook quote is so good. Yeah, I know. I know. It's a really good book about startups in general. All right, we're back. $73 basis points on S&P. Sorry if that took a little longer. That was 6 minutes? Sorry. The stupid coffee machine needed to warm up. And I wanted to chat with the guys. I'm an old head, exactly. Apartment? This is an office, sir. You don't recognize it's a different place? Good question, Chad. Good question. I think if I had to pick one thing that makes Godel useful is it's backward compatible with Bloomberg. So it's very annoying to learn a new system. Oh, I should get that. 618, I should get that. Is there a link for the event? I don't think it's really a serious thing. I also don't want to waste time on it. Congratulations, Austin. Wish you and your loved one a very happy marriage. S&P highs of the day? Is this highs of the day? Up only down 61 basis points? Married to the game. All right, so we can put a fork in Caterpillar. Let's look at another one. Usually when you acquire a company, it costs a lot in capital and distraction, so. ARM, Booking, RTX, and Verizon. You didn't listen to the part about Duchenne? Okay, RTX comeback kid. Very close here between ARM and RTX. Vote which stock you want me to look at. Okay, let's look at ARM. I don't think Trump wants to do a war. ARM is the 96th biggest company in the world. They file 6Ks and 20Fs, so they don't do the normal SEC filings. Yeah, we'll see, Depthwish. I try not to prejudge anything. Is SoftBank the majority owner? I don't even know. I don't think they're... I don't remember. I don't know, Josh. Just let him lose his money. He might want to prove you wrong, so he stays interested in it if you just ignore him. ARM Holdings re-registered and was renamed to SoftBank Holdco Limited, a subsidiary of SoftBank Vision Fund. Company has 25% interest, the remainder held by SoftBank. And then they did an IPO, raised like $5 billion. Semiconductors are indispensable to everyday life. Yeah, I think we got a ban 4 a.m. I think it's over for you. I'm not your broker, man. Semiconductors are indispensable to everyday life. In today's technology-driven world, semiconductors are the enablers of the devices and infrastructure that facilitate virtually everything people do. As almost all of the products and services people use every day rely on semiconductors. That's a bizarre sentence. An English speaker would not write that. Manufacturing, logistics, city infrastructure, and building management also increasingly build their processes and services around semiconductor-enabled devices. As consumers and enterprises continue to demand more from their devices, we expect the performance of high-performance and energy-efficient semiconductors continue to expand. The world is becoming increasingly digital with the proliferation of smart connected devices such as smartphones, wearables, PCs, tablets, and other electronic devices. Even everyday products like washing machines, thermostats, and utility meters are becoming more advanced. The market trend to make nearly all products smart and connected is not just limited to consumer electronics, but is driving a wave of innovation across a broad range of end markets and use cases. For example, vehicles are effectively transforming into computers on wheels. Factory floors are becoming increasingly automated with electronics and robotics. And retail shopping is evolving with cashierless checkout technology. The massive expansion of data, advanced software applications, and AI are driving the need for high-performance compute capabilities. To address these workloads, a key approach has been to increase the speed of a CPU and expand the number of cores. Solely running an existing chip faster may deliver more performance, but increasing performance in this way results in higher energy costs and may cause thermal limits to be exceeded. For example, individual servers are limited by their ability to dissipate heat energy, while whole data centers are limited by how much electricity is even available to them. Mobile devices are limited by the energy stored in their batteries, while their instantaneous power is limited by thermal constraints. Furthermore, the transition to EVs is increasing pressure on automakers to consider the power consumption and thermal management of vehicle electronics. In addition, enterprises are increasingly mindful of the environment, which is driving a need for more efficient alternatives. Collectively, these considerations require innovation in chip design to address market demands for performance, efficiency, size, and cost of chips. Developing leading-edge chip products is significant and increase exponentially as manufacturing process nodes shrink. Design partners play an increasingly valuable role in chip design by providing specialized capabilities and expertise that enable semiconductor suppliers to focus on their core product differentiation while keeping pace with innovation. Design partners facilitate innovation and enhance customer positioning by reducing complexity and cost. Partners like ARM that can demonstrate a deep understanding of customer workloads are better positioned to integrate themselves into the customers. Many OEMs use off-the-shelf semiconductors when building their product offerings. However, we are seeing some OEMs look for custom chips that deliver better performance. Okay, what does our company do? ARM architects, develops, and licenses high-performance, low-cost, and energy-efficient CPU products and related technology, on which many of the world's leading semiconductor companies and OEMs rely. There are 7 billion ARM chips. For the 3 months, 7 billion ARM-based chips were reported as shipped, resulting in more than 287 billion ARM chips cumulatively. So 7 billion in a quarter and 287 billion cumulatively, powering everything from the tiniest of sensors to the most powerful supercomputers. Today, ARM CPUs run the vast majority of the world's software. Interesting claim. Including the OSs and applications for smartphones, tablets, and PCs, data centers and network equipment, and vehicles, as well as the embedded OSs in devices such as smartwatches, thermostats, drones, and industrial robotics. Every CPU is an ISA, which defines, instruction set architecture, which defines the software instructions that can be executed by the CPU. Essentially, a common language for software developers to use. The ISA sets the foundation for the large library of compatible software, which runs on those CPUs. The ARM ISA also has corresponding market position as compared to competing ISAs. That means that the ARM chips have a global community of software developers familiar with how to program the CPU. Chip designers using the ARM CPU can add desired functionality like Wi-Fi connectivity, image processing, video processing, etc., to create a system on a chip to meet the demands of any end market. Our primary product offerings are leading CPU products that address diverse performance, power, and cost requirements. Complementary products such as GPUs can also be used. Okay. So it says here that ARM CPUs run AI and ML workloads in billions of devices, including smartphones, cameras, digital TVs, cars, and cloud data centers. The CPU is vital in all AI systems, whether it's handling the AI workload directly or with the GPU. Established in 1990, that's interesting. ARM began as a joint venture between Acorn Computers, Apple Computer, and VLSI Technology. Okay, I'm going to have to look into this. Does anybody remember Acorn Computers? British computer company established in 1978 by Herman Hauser. Wasn't that the IBM guy? Who am I thinking of? Oh, this is the Olivetti guy. Huh. That's wild. I remember Wang too. That's so funny, WT. So ARM stands for Advanced Risk Machines. He also created Amadeus. That's funny. Amadeus is still around. I guess this guy's Austrian. AT&T bought the company. That's wild. They created this this device. Looks pretty badass. The AT&T EO Personal Communicator, 1993. Well ahead of its time. I'll say that. Acorn Computers. And then there was the ZX. This is wild. What a great story. The Acorn laptop. Are you guys gonna rock one of these? Look at that front. Look at that front section. You can imagine hitting that by accident. This looked like a military computer, you know, like this would launch a nuclear missile or something, right? I want one of these. If anybody could get me one of these, I'd love to have one. That's cool. The Zilog. Yeah, this is what runs Bloomberg actually right now. Bloomberg doesn't tell you this, but this is actually their system. If you go into their office, that's literally what they're still using. I was adjusting the font and I almost typed ARM instead of Arial. Old head system for the old heads. It's true. I like being an old head. It's very different from being an OG. You can be a very young OG, but old head implies you're old. Unk has now replaced old head in a lot of ways. And unk can be very disparaging. Unk is a little bit insulting. All right, the original JV set out to develop a processor that was high performance, power efficient, easy to program, readily scalable, a goal that continues to define ARM today. One of the first ARM-based products was the predecessor of today's tablets. As a battery-powered device, it required an energy-efficient chip to maximize its battery life, while producing the necessary compute. Our CPUs initially gained significant traction in mobile phones in the 90s. because we could provide performance while consuming little power. Many semiconductor companies entered the market as the mobile phone market grew, and many of them licensed ARM CPU products. Right, exactly, Garp. Okay, key product offerings. The ARM CPUs. These are the foundation of our product offerings. Is our CPU products. Our CPU products leverage our common scalable ISA and address a range of performance. Our other design offerings, they offer family of GPUs, system IP, compute, platform products, and dev tools and software. I think they get a lot of license revenue is my guess here. Performance, power, and area, PPA. Very different requirement from a cloud server. Okay, continue to progress towards smaller transistors. Developing chips is becoming harder and more costly. Integrating AI and ML in every processor we design. Our market share in mobile applications processor market is greater than 99%. Wow. Our royalty revenue from the mobile applications processor market is 35% of our total royalty revenue. Okay. All right, let's get into the financials. We had the appetizer. Okay. What? Excuse me, what? Fuck? The hell is this? Where's the income statement? This is the income statement? You gotta be kidding me, right? The fuck? Why are they playing with me like this? No, they're not playing with me like this. Come on, bro. Masayoshi-san's chairman. Damn. Fuck, bro. SoftBank owns 88%. fuck is this, bro? Come on, bruv. It's a fake fucking company. Where's the revenue and earnings? Come on, bruv. It's a UK company, don't forget. Okay, so the market cap is supposed to be... Isn't it, bruv? Come on, bruv. Well, I guess the stock dropped a little from when we did our screen. It's kind of on its ass. But the market cap would be 110 billion. In which case, some of these numbers might make a little bit more sense. Make about 30% more sense. But yeah, the revenue, this is 110 billion market cap. The revenue is 3 billion. Some of that's from related parties, mind you. Okay, I think their IPO caused them a lot of costs. So their operating income is around $1 billion, unadjusted or adjusted for that weird one-time dynamic. Okay, let's see what kind of assets they have. 3 billion. $3.5 billion in cash. Let's see how much debt they have. Well, I guess they don't have any debt. It's rare for a SoftBank company. Okay, so 105 billion EV. And let's see the cash flow. It's like around $1 billion of cash flow from operations. How about free cash flow? Same thing, roughly. Okay. Interesting. So you're talking about 106 times earnings. It's hard to see this being a huge growth business. Mobile phones have sort of peaked in terms of growth, at least. Revenue did grow 21% in 2024, which is fairly impressive. And I'm guessing it all basically all drops to the bottom line. So I wonder if they gave guidance or something that would account for some of this, but I would imagine their royalties will drop up as some patents expire too. So this is a lot like Qualcomm and Royalty Pharma and some of these other companies where you just basically get a check. Yeah, I wonder how risk compares. No, NPV does not assume that okay. Oh, they're part of the Stargate project. I guess MediaTek. Okay, so they're guiding to an even bigger number. They raised guidance. I'm trying to think about where can cash flow go. It's certainly implying a lot of growth. But, you know, think about cash flow doubling. Maybe you get to 2 billion free cash flow. You're still talking about 50 times earnings. Is there some yeah, I mean, you could do it a lot of different ways, but at the end of the day, the fastest and easiest way to do it is just do an NPV. In most of the companies we look at, free cash flow and net income are the same thing. So is there some long-term competitive advantage that ARM is going to take advantage of that, maybe it's interesting, the financials, because they, when they went private, you have the old ARM and you have the new ARM. So I kind of want to see some of the old ARM results. I wonder if it's filed under the same company. I wouldn't think so. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah, here's the old filings. This is from, looks like they were private from 2016 to 2023. Just a SoftBank sub. Well, they just get a royalty stream, basically. Ah, interesting. Their business has definitely grown. This is 2013, 2014, and 2015. And I assume these are different currencies, so gotta be really careful here. But yeah, revenue has grown briskly. So that's why it's 100 times earnings. Interesting. So Amazon, I assume Amazon and some of these other, like Azure, they're using ARM pretty extensively. If they continue to do that, I mean, you could see free cash flow easily double. And the stocks come down a lot. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but yeah, they got taken off in 2016, so we didn't get a chance to see 2017 at least. And then there was a draft registration statement, kind of like an S1. And they changed, it looks like maybe they changed fiscal year, I don't know. They had a huge leap in revenue growth from 2 billion to 3 billion over 3 years. And then if you, let's see, you annualize, I'm guessing this is 15%, yeah. They basically had 15% revenue growth. For the last decade. Pretty good. So 100 times isn't that bad for that kind of growth. It's not all leverage though. They do seem to increase operating expenses a little bit. But you got to pay ARM as the toll taker. You got kind of think the hyper growth is kind of done, but even with 10% revenue growth, substantially less than they've had. Yeah, you could see it's still expensive to me, but it's also very uncomfortable buying like IP focused companies because patents expire, right? They don't last forever, and you keep fighting with your customer, and eventually your customer might say, you know what? I think all your patents have expired. We're not using your stuff anymore. And that can be tricky. But obviously they have kind of a stronghold in this space. You know, they could try to be more extractive. Well, they've only grown 15% a year for the last decade, which is quite a lot, but I would think if that happened during the mobile phone boom, the mobile phone boom is sort of over. You know, I think at best it's fairly valued. Yeah, risk is risk gaining traction? Is that who's using risk? Yeah, the last year's earnings are a little obscured by Black-Scholes stuff. I'd use free cash flow. Market's down 37 basis points, although Quantum's underperformed in the last few hours, including QUBT, which was up earlier, now down 7%. Still no DARPA awards. I have to call a friend who has a lot of contacts in this space. Is that... DARPA awards are not today, but you know, I'm told from a source that they will be coming soon. Yeah, I still like Sarepta. You know, I don't know. I think IonQ or Rigetti might get an award. Certainly not QCI or D-Wave, but yeah, I'm told that the award winners have been notified. So we'll see. Yeah, Sarepta, most of biotech is taking a beating. Is my biotech screen. It's all red. Lots of double-digit losers. Yeah, Kami, we're gonna do something like that. You know, sooner or later, you're going to be able to do it in Godel, and you may even get paid to be on Godel at some point. Certainly get some of your cost back by creating content and trades their content. I haven't looked too closely at Adobe in a while. I do want to look at that. I also want to look at what do my clients want to look at. So let me see what they are interested in. McDonald's, Target, Axon, Olin, Thomson Reuters, Nubius, I'm a little skeptical of. Lyft, Jeffries, Hims, Bag 13, Inovex. They don't have other products really. This is highs of the day, right? Market's only down 44 basis points. Okay, we got 4 international stocks for you. I don't know if we'll benefit from watching D-Wave. Honestly, we know they're full of shit. You think it'll be useful? Log in. It sent me a code. I'm sitting here looking for the code. There it is. Absurd.
Are also looking at how you can use quantum and classical together to solve a particular use case. For example, you might use
There's a chat room
AI
here.
to predict product demand in the future, and then you'd use quantum to optimize the supply chain to meet that demand. So this is an example of quantum and AI working together to solve a particular problem. And then finally, and this is the one that, in some sense, we're most excited about, is the ability to basically insert the quantum processor in the middle of AI model training to be able to use it to build better models, as well as to build models with far less energy consumption. And as you know, if you ask anybody, what's the big problem with AI today? They'll say energy consumption. Like, you know, I need to buy a nuclear power plant. But with quantum, we believe that we will be able to dramatically reduce the energy consumption. For example,
This guy's just
in
trying
the
to get
blockchain
buzzwords
that I
going.
talked about a minute ago, that's about a 1,000x decrease in electricity consumption over the classical proof of work that's being done today. And we believe we can bring even more improvement in energy consumption to AI model training. And we're quite excited about that. But it's not just D-Wave that's working on this. I wanted to ask Dr. Masaru Tateno to
Never
join
met
me
him.
on stage. He is the Chief Scientific Officer from Japan Tobacco.
That's his buddy. It should be his buddy. He doesn't even know how to pronounce it.
Or maybe not.
What kind of shit show is this?
Ah, there he comes. He was in the green room. Hey, production team.
Thank you.
How are you? Please. Okay, so thank you for being here. I really appreciate taking the time to come all the way over from Tokyo. So look, what we're interested in is trying to understand what you've been doing with the D-Wave systems. And I know that you've been working on generative AI for molecular discovery, but maybe you can just spend a few minutes talking about the work that you've been doing.
Okay. In our drug design work, we have to actually create the molecules, new molecules. But new molecules should be satisfy some molecular properties. It's very strict because it's pharmaceutical drug. So we have to create the new molecules with good molecular properties. So to create the new molecules, we have to explore the very, very huge molecular space, compound world. So quantum annealing computation is very useful to efficiently and effectively search for the very huge chemical space.
So the idea is that by leveraging the quantum computer, you're able to come up with more and better options for molecules in the drug arena. Yeah? And what's next? Where are you going to take this work next?
Yeah. To create the molecule is the one issue for us, and at the same time, we have to satisfy much more conditions. For example, the molecule created should be bound to one protein, but not bound to other proteins. It makes the side effect. So we have to induce the facilitated selectivity. It's also a combinatorial optimization program, so we can apply other programs.
Right. Well, Tateno-san, thank you very much for being here. It's great work, and we're really looking forward to working with you as we move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
This is really the first time this guy met him.
Okay, let's switch gears and talk about optimization and quantum optimization. From our perspective, optimization represents most of the important hard problems that businesses need to solve.
What?
This is everything from workforce scheduling to cargo
Most?
loading to last mile routing, even protein folding is an optimization problem. And we think the future of optimization is quantum optimization, because these problems are all so hard computationally that you can't get typically the optimal solution. So most businesses are using heuristics to try to come up with what they hope are good enough solutions. But with quantum optimization, in many cases, we can provide better solutions faster. And we've worked with a variety of different companies over the years on problems in this area. Everything from Patterson Food Group for workforce scheduling, which we've talked about in the past. Alex just showed us the work that Ford Otosan is doing on automotive body assembly. And this is the newest application actually moving into production, to NTT Docomo working on optimizing cell tower resources. We'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. But a broad array of applications are optimization applications, and our annealing quantum computers are quite good at addressing those applications. And now, with the improvements in our NL solver, there are a set of new applications that are enabled as a result of that. Everything from much better portfolio optimization to better offer allocation. Offer allocation is where you've got promotional offers and you want to try to decide which customers to offer them to maximize the uptake. To maintenance, repair, and overhaul. Basically ensuring that you have the parts that you need to maintain your systems to keep the fleet running. And we're actually working with customers in every one of these areas as new optimization applications. But what I'd like to do now is call 3 people up on stage to talk about their experiences in working with D-Wave on quantum optimization applications. So first of all, Jay Lowell, who's Principal Senior Technical Fellow at Boeing. Jay?
All right. They have a real audience in there.
Second is Dr. Shuichi Fukuda.
Yes.
Yep. Did I get that okay? Please have a seat. Data scientist at NTT Docomo. And then
he doesn't know his own customers.
Thomas Green. Thomas, thank you. Who is Vice President of Product and Industry Marketing at SAS. So each of you is at a different point in the quantum journey. Jay at Boeing is just getting started. Thomas has been working with us and our systems for a while now, but not yet in production. And then Fukuda-san is from NTT Docomo and actually has progressed quite far with the quantum application and is actually using it today as part of their business operations. So really what I wanted to do was spend a little bit of time just getting some perspective on what the journey has been like for each of you. So in your case, Jay, you're really just getting started. So maybe you could just spend a few minutes telling us what you're up to.
We're getting started, and we've been in this for a long time. We're getting started with D-Wave, looking in depth at the class of optimization problems that are affecting our business. These range from manufacturing examples, such as you've shown earlier, although there are a few more parts in an airplane than there are in a van. And optimizing the roughly 1 million parts that come together into an airplane into a coherent supply chain that is robust against disruptions, delays, and the like, is really a vastly more complicated problem than we've ever taken on as an optimization problem within the company. And one of the reasons we're working with D-Wave is this depth of background in optimization and deep understanding of how they're formulated, where you can make good progress, and where you're going to have to kind of hold off and maybe take a longer-term view. This is one of the things that we really came to work with D-Wave on, and we're really interested to see how that work develops over the next year.
Yeah, and I don't want to kind of put words in your mouth, but I know we got off to a little bit of a rocky start because early on I think you had experimented with a variety of different quantum systems and just really weren't sure that they were ready for prime time yet. And we spent some time trying to work with you and your team to help you get comfortable.
At the time we first spoke, we were sure they weren't ready for prime time for the class of problems we were interested in. What our discussions with you have helped us learn is that the ceiling is higher than we'd expected, and the floor is lower than we'd expected. And so those discussions really are why we're here today.
Great, great. And Thomas, you've been working with us for a little while now. Maybe you can talk about what you're up to.
Yeah, sure. So we've actually been really focused on the quantum AI space for a couple of years now, but our intent is finding real life use cases that our customers can benefit from, very similar to what you talked about earlier today. And the work that D-Wave and SAS are doing together is around a proof of concept that we have completed with a consumer products company. Now, this is a long-time SaaS customer that we've been doing a number of things with around the area of forecasting, optimization, other advanced analytics, and AI. In this particular case, we took some SaaS optimization capabilities together with D-Wave and the quantum annealing capabilities that you have there to help them solve a factory setup challenge. And the results have been very impressive. As such, we're looking at really doing some additional work together as we move forward with this.
And what I really like about this particular partnership is that it's a three-way partnership, right? I mean, yeah, we're spending time working with you and your team, but then you're also working with your customer. And that opens up some really interesting opportunities to kind of expand this in a much more significant fashion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the project entails a hybrid classic quantum approach where we are addressing a integer linear modeling to help optimize this production, a very important production setup.
This is SAS, not SAS.
And what we've been able to do is take the SAS optimization capabilities together with the quantum annealing. And
it's easy to easy to mistake.
Great results across really three areas, and that would be the quality, the feasibility, and the speed. And in particular, on the speed, we've been able to take this process from over 10 hours down to minutes, and that's quite impressive. And it's going to result in some very significant financial savings and opportunities as they're able to more proactively set up for production runs. But more importantly is the quality had to be there, the accuracy had to be there. Getting there quicker wasn't going to help us if we couldn't get to the precise number. And that's what we've been able to prove out is all three areas.
Great. And Fukuda-san, so I love what you've done, although I don't love it as much as I would if we had helped you get there. The point is, you actually built this application entirely on your own. D-Wave wasn't really involved in helping you build the application, and so that's fantastic because you were able to quickly get comfortable with our systems and services and the ability to actually build the app and build something that created value. On the other hand, we kind of like to sell our customers professional services to kind of help them build their applications. So it's great what you've done. And maybe you could just kind of spend a little bit of time talking about that. I'm interested in hearing how you got started. How difficult was it to actually start using our system, and then what results did you obtain?
I'm working in NTT Docomo, and it's a Japanese mobile operator. We are using the D-Wave server in telecommunication field. It is very interesting for me to optimize the base station setting because base station has a lot of parameters to optimize for the customer's experience, mobile experience. So it's really important for us to optimize the setting. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so what's next for you as you look to the future?
We are using the deep server, and next step, maybe we are working for the optimization 5 optimization in telecommunication field, and many of them are going to be commercial networks. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Jay, how about you? Where do you see this going next?
Well, we've just started narrowing down the problem sets that we want to work on. I think the three most promising really are global satellite network optimization. How do we optimize the constellation and array of satellites, the delivery of services to be disruptive or against disruption of ground services? That's one application that we've been looking at. Materials optimization, which is the one that got us started in our discussion, is still as we've learned, a tremendously rich area as we expand it well beyond the toy problem that we looked at earlier. And then this manufacturing optimization. How do we make sure that the materials and the work packages follow all the constraints that are associated with each as we go and put all the different pieces and components of our airplane together during final assembly? The thing I like about our team and our relationship is we really have a pretty strong optimization team within our own quantum. We have a strong optimization team at Boeing. We have a strong quantum computing group at Boeing. We're bringing both of those teams to bear, and likewise, you're doing the same, bringing a strong optimization.
Then how come you guys crash all the time?
That understands the quantum technology. These are the kinds of collaborations and co-research activities that we feel, really lead to tremendous outcomes and help us better understand that roadmap and journey that we're going to take in the future. Our focus is on solving those long-range, very difficult, hard business problems. And with that, seeing the way to implement the easier, kind of more tactical or quicker implementations. I'd rather us really work on the hard things because those are the things that create completely new capabilities for us as a company.
And you and I had a phone conversation a week or so ago, and you said that one of the things you were interested in trying to understand is whether the quantum systems could actually help in understanding which of the input parameters the optimal solution is most sensitive to or least sensitive to.
When we manufacture our airplanes, one of the most typical things we have a production plan, but that production plan is rarely, if ever, actually followed to the letter. Something always happens. Somebody's sick for a day, and so work gets done slower than it should. And that has a follow-on effect, a wave of activities beyond that are affected. Understanding and building optimal manufacturing flows that are disruption tolerant and more to the point, understanding what are the things that they're truly sensitive to and what are the things we have to mitigate or put controls in to ensure that they don't happen in order to maintain a more reliable, more repeatable schedule. From the company's perspective, we would like to get every airplane out the door as fast as we possibly can that is safe and manufactured 100% properly. If we can't do it the very fastest way, but we can guarantee that we'll get all of them out at 98% of that pace, we'll take that every day, every time.
And one of the things I liked about that comment is that our quantum systems are actually quite good at quickly providing a variety of solutions that are very close to optimal but quite diverse. And my thought process was this could be actually used as you look across those samples to try to understand, okay, which of the parameters actually is the optimal solution most sensitive to.
Right, and this is something that classical computers really struggle with. Yep. Understanding those sensitivities is often a laborious problem, as laborious or more laborious than actually calculating and finding the optimum.
Yeah. And Thomas, next steps for you.
Yeah, well, obviously we're really excited about the progress that we've made so far, and we're continuing to invest in this particular area and with D-Wave. So one of the projects we have going right now is we're experimenting with taking some of the SAS solvers and D-Wave's quantum solvers bringing that together. And we have a conference coming up in May, not plugging, but we have a conference coming up in May where we'll be highlighting this. And what we're doing there is we're taking our VIA workbench, which is a developer's toolkit, together with D-Wave's LEAP system, and then bringing that together to really show how this is accessible and approachable and can solve real-world problems.
That's great, and I'll look forward to an invitation to your conference.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. Okay. But as important as the product roadmap is, as important as the quantum optimization arena and building a business around that is to D-Wave, as important as opening up new application areas is to D-Wave, science is also important to us. On a daily basis, we and other researchers around the world are using our quantum systems to explore all kinds of new, interesting questions. There have been nearly 10,000 papers published based on the D-Wave system, over 150 of them published in the peer-reviewed journals of Science and Nature, and we're very proud of all of that work. Research is just as important a component of what we do as is our commercial applications and the ongoing development of our products. As I commented early on, we have just sold one of our quantum computers to the Jülich Supercomputing Center in Germany. This system will be located near where Europe's first and only exascale supercomputer will be located. And here to spend a little bit of time talking about this with us is Dr. Thomas Liffert, who's the director of the Institute for Advanced Simulation at Jülich. Thomas. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, so why buy a system?
Why buy a system? To compute, yeah? So we know D-Wave since a long time. I think the first time I came into contact, physical contact, was in 2007 in Reno at a supercomputing conference. Now, you know, from computing to quantum computing, there was the contact.
So, you know, I mentioned that the D-Wave system is going to be located next to the Jupiter supercomputer, the exascale computer. How do you envision those two working together?
So the exascale computer is a digital computer, clearly, a HPC system. And we want to open on these systems new avenues that will boost the exascale performance to some direction where exascale will not be sufficient to do the computations. Here we see huge potential in the D-Wave machine. By experience, since 2019, we have remote access to a 2,000 qubit system, and since 2022, actually beginning of 2022, we have hosted an Advantage system with 5,600 qubits, I guess. Yeah.
We say 5,000.
Lots of there, so, yeah. And with this system, we have made extremely good experience as to science activities.
Can you talk about some of the applications that you've worked on the system?
There are so many. There is one that was in recent weeks by Jaka Vodeb and his group on cosmology. Yeah, you were talking about science. I'm deeply convinced that basic science is also the driver of economic growth, and it will be in the future. So this activity was to compute the growing of bubbles in the early cosmological vacuum. It's a difficult thing, of course, but you can imagine it as some bubbles in let's say, gas or in some environment, some classical material science environment. And the interaction of the bubbles is an interesting thing. And on the D-Wave, one could compute this interaction, and one can now take, let's say, conclusions as to the forming of the early universe in cosmology. For me, as a scientist, I'm an elementary particle physicist, this was an extremely interesting application, and this is just one of so many.
You've also done some work in AI, though, haven't you, on the system?
Yes, of course. This machine, the Jupiter, will be an AI machine, I believe, even more than a simulation machine. So we have conceived it as a simulation engine, but in the recent years, we also said, let's have a dual sort of activity on this machine, but now everybody wants to do AI training. And here, I believe, with the D-Wave machine, if we can properly integrate the systems, I don't want to integrate one in the other, as they have their own, let's say, fields of interest, but that they can work together, and we are on that. We have lots of software developed, and we are developing together. We believe that we can speed up and we can multiply the effectiveness of AI training through the D-Wave machine in the future. And that's exactly where we believe this will have an impact. It will not be solely a D-Wave machine, but it will also not going on with GPUs only. Who can afford the huge energy bill that requires? Yeah.
Exactly. And two of the reasons I think why, not to put words in your mouth, but why you were interested in actually having the system there and having more control over it was, first, to more tightly integrate it with the Jupiter supercomputer, and secondly, to have the ability to control more of the operating parameters of the quantum computer. When our quantum computers are in our cloud service, for example, we have to run them at a constant temperature. We can't vary the temperature of the system, but now you'll have the ability to actually vary those parameters.
Yes, even more, let's say, delicate ones, just that the program can control those parameters if necessary. So if you use the machine as a function, so to say, you invoke a function in your C or Python program, whatsoever you use on the supercomputer, then you might be able to, let's say, boost the effectiveness of the quantum computer through knowledge of the performance of your program. That's what we are going into, and we believe that for AI, this might be a very interesting application.
Yeah, and we're really excited about the work that's on the horizon. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay, so sort of embodied in the discussion that I just had with Thomas is an important extension to our go-to-market and business model. Up until now, we've had two primary components to our business model. The first is professional services to help our customers build applications and deploy those applications. And the second has been quantum compute as a service, a recurring revenue model. The idea being to buy access to the systems either for development work or to run applications in production. The quantum compute as a service runs on our Leap quantum cloud service, and professional services is through what we call our launch program. Now, with the sale of an Advantage system for the first time ever, we've opened up a third component to that model, which is system sales. And we're actually very excited about this. And we're excited about it because the quantum compute as a service recurring revenue model and the system sales model are very, very complementary. They're complementary from a revenue perspective. With quantum compute as a service, we build longer-term recurring revenue. With system sales, we build more near-term revenue because revenue gets recognized when the system is turned over. There are different customers that are interested in these two models. If you're really just interested in running your application, quantum compute as a service is the way to go. You don't necessarily need to own your own system. If you're interested in doing more fundamental research, controlling more of the parameters of the system, then purchasing a system is the way that you most likely will need to go. So these are very complementary models, and we're really excited about the fact that this really is opening up an important extension to our go-to-market model. And I do want to say just one thing about the system sale model. We also, a few months ago, announced what we call the Quantum Uplift program. And for me, this is a fun program. So we hear regularly from the marketplace that they are frustrated with other quantum computers that they've purchased or are using. That they don't have the availability, they don't have the uptime, they're not actually able to solve the problems that they want to solve. So our quantum uplift program is very simply, if you're frustrated with your current quantum computer, we'll give you a really good deal on one of our quantum computers. Okay, with that, I want to introduce Murray Tom. Murray is D-Wave's quantum technology evangelist. Come on up, Murray.
Thanks, Alan.
Murray actually is going to be your host for the rest of the event, as he has been at every Qubits for the last few years, and he does an amazing job hosting the event, so we're pleased that you're going to be doing it again. I will tell you, if any of you follow Murray on social media, you'll also know that he's sometimes referred to as Quantum Murray. So Murray, are you actually here or not here?
Yeah, that's right. Well, my role in evangelism is part communications and part technology, so it's a superposition. I know.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, there we go. We gotta loosen up a little bit here. We gotta loosen up. I mean, if you've heard a lot of superposition jokes, I can promise you, you haven't heard as many as I've heard.
So Murray, you've actually been traveling all around the world talking about quantum computing, and maybe you can tell us about some of the more interesting things that you've heard through your travels.
Absolutely. I mean, what I'm finding as I'm talking with folks is they're finding quantum computing significantly more accessible. And when we think about it, quantum computing is pivoting. And most of the technologies that we interact with in our daily life, we understand those technologies through the applications that we use them for. And now that we have our customers talking about using these applications, being able to do workforce scheduling, doing work in molecular discovery like Dr. Tateno was talking about for molecular drug discovery, we're starting to realize, oh, okay, these are the places where quantum computing can be used. And I think it helps to make the technology feel real. Certainly, as I've been talking to people in my life and saying, hey, our quantum computers are being used in mobile telecommunications, they're like, oh, great, this technology, now I get what you've been working on all this time. So that's a fantastic moment.
It really is. Okay, so now what we'd like to do is ask our special guest, Charles Payne, to join us up here. Charles is the host of Making Money with Charles Payne on Fox Business. Charles. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So to get started, Murray has a few questions for both of us.
Okay.
And then Charles is going to try to grill me. We'll see how it goes.
Well, now, we are well ahead of schedule. We got time. And I actually have an intro for Charles. So I wanted to tell everyone a little bit about Charles. Charles V. Payne is the Chief Executive Officer and the Principal Analyst of Wall Street Strategies Incorporated, WSSI, which he founded in 1991 working from his apartment. And today, WSSI provides information to over 120,000 registered subscribers in more than 60 countries, as well as some of the largest banks and brokerage firms. Due to the success of his guidance and his stock selections, Charles has become well sought after by many highly respected, finance-oriented radio, web, and television programs. And in June 2014, Fox Business Network launched Charles's new show, Making Money with Charles Payne, which is featured daily at 2 p.m. Eastern. So Charles has written several books. He's been interviewed on many radio and TV shows. He's been a keynote speaker at many conferences, events, and gatherings, and has even been awarded the Congress of Racial Equality's Man of the Year Award in 2009. If we went through all of Charles's awards, accolades, and accomplishments, we'd probably have to add a third day to Qubits. So it's my pleasure and honor to be here with you, Charles.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Really excited to have you here. So now let's take some time to get to know you both at a real personal level here. So Alan, first question is to you. What was your very first job?
Does cleaning my room to get my allowance qualify?
I mean, I think that's legitimate, right?
It's okay.
Yeah, right? Making money. What about you, Charles? Same question.
So my first hustle was cleaning car windows at stoplights and stop signs when I lived in Harlem.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we moved to Harlem. We had no money. We had nothing. I was an Army brat. My parents separated, so I was the oldest. It was incumbent upon me to help my mom. After that, I got a job in a bodega, but I've been working straight since I'm at 12 years old. And I've always had more than one job. In my neighborhood, we call it the scrambling. So I've always been a scrambler.
Nice, nice. Okay, so Charles, now as one of the most influential financial broadcast journalists, if you could spend your day doing anything you wanted, how would you choose to spend it?
Well, I love my days now. I really, really do. It's and I guess I would extend the day, right? Because I'm one of these people, I go down rabbit holes. I ask a question, when I get the answer, I always find a question in the answer. So I find myself going deeper and deeper and deeper, and every day it's a journey. But I run out of time. I'm making a list right now. I've got about 35 libraries around the world I want to visit. I want to get the list to about 50, and that'll be sort of a bucket list trip later on in life. I also draw. I haven't had time to do a lot of drawing, and I'm really interested in education in America, so I want to do something there. So those are my other things I hope to do at some point.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, as you're sharing that experience, I'm sure many in the audience can relate, particularly with quantum computing. We're a community of teachers and learners.
Yeah,
we're learning every day.
absolutely.
Okay, Alan, so other than running the most successful quantum computing company in the world, if I do say so myself, if you could spend the day doing anything you wanted, what would you do?
Probably a bit more mundane, but I am a private pilot. I love flying, so if I could spend the day in the pattern just practicing takeoff and landing, I'd be perfectly happy.
Nice, nice. Okay, and then when you're at work, what's your favorite part of your job, favorite part of your day?
Well, there are two things, actually. First is spending time with our amazing R&D team. I mean, this is a group of people that just day after day invents things that I just could never imagine and delivers on technologies that are almost impossible to develop and build. And then second, spending time with our customers, because with each interaction, I learn something new. Either it's new ways that we might be able to use our quantum systems, or problems that they're dealing with that maybe we can help address. But it's that kind of duality of the technology and the marketplace and figuring out how to bring the two together.
Yeah, that's a big part of actually what makes this one of my favorite events of the year. So Charles, for you, when you're at work, what's your favorite part of your day?
My favorite part of the day is actually doing the show. The show comes on between 2 and 3 o'clock Eastern time. And I don't care how tired I am. I don't care what I've had to go through. Once 2 o'clock starts, my energy level's through the roof. I'm excited. But I begin every day with the blank sheet of paper like a canvas. I put my show together I try to think of it as a symphony. So I start off big, and then I kind of educate, then I bring it back up. I try to make it riveting. Educational is always the most important thing. It's called making money, but really, it's really empowering people. So it's exciting from the very moment I get into the office till the very end of the show. Now, 3:01, I'm done. But from 2 to 3, it's just full of energy, and full of life. And it's an amazing opportunity to try to help people.
Okay, so the question on everybody's lips in the audience: what TV show are you streaming right now? What's your favorite streaming TV show series?
All right, so I got a problem with that because I don't want to get invested in series. They take too much time, and if they're really good, by season 3, they're not. So I don't invest in series, right? I like limited series, and I try movies. The only problem, if I pulled up my Netflix, Prime, and Apple, and you continue watching, everyone has a tiny red bar like this big. I watch like a nanosecond, like, oh, no, never mind. Never mind. So I end up watching old movies. A great old movie for anybody who's a James Mason fan, I just watched Five Fingers, 1956. It is amazing if you like those kind of movies. Plus, he's one of the best actors ever. So.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. It's on my list.
There you go. You got to check it out.
All right, Alan. And then for you, TV streaming?
I actually am watching 1923. I liked Yellowstone. I watched the earlier series, and now I'm watching the mid-series, and I do like it. It's all about hardship and perseverance.
Fantastic. Okay, well, now that the audience knows you better, I'm going to leave you two to your conversation. You got it.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Charles.
All right.
Okay.
So just for a little background, in October of last year, I did one of my shows, I featured quantum computing stocks. They were looking great. They were acting interesting. And no one really, that I saw, any of the financial networks had ever talked about them. So I featured 3 companies. 2 of the stocks went up 1,000%, and the laggard went up 600%. So kind of awareness was there, right? Now you've got really much better coverage and much better awareness. And of course, this is how I learned about D-Wave. I've been watching it, but this is where we started to really learn about it. And I bring that up because obviously you've had an amazing start to this year. You know, the milestones already, but that explosion that we saw got in these stocks got the attention of everyone. And not just in the financial community, but obviously in the computing industry as well. And Jensen Huang, of course, made some infamous comments, I think, at this point, when asked, I think he blew it off 15 years, 20 years, whatever, way down the line. And can I say you took offense to that?
Yeah,
okay. So you published an open letter to clarify. Talk to the audience a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I'd love for you to have me on again so we could get another 1,000%.
No problem. So, hey, by the end of the day, you'll be cheap enough. Who knows? Don't look at your market. Don't look at your portfolio.
You had to say that.
You
Yeah, I looked this morning. Didn't look pretty.
You're resilient, though. If nothing else, the stock is looking resilient today.
So, Jensen's infamous comments were actually quite frustrating for me because I think what he missed was the fact that there are many different approaches to quantum, and they are all maturing over different time frames. And so while it's true that almost all of the, what we call gate model approaches to quantum computing are many years away from being able to solve useful problems, what we do today with annealing quantum computing is actually commercial today and is solving important, useful problems. I mean, just the discussion we had about quantum supremacy and our ability to actually perform magnetic materials computations, that's important, that's useful, and we are doing it today. And so I absolutely did take offense with what Jensen said for that reason, and that's actually the reason why we published the open letter in the Wall Street Journal, what we called Quantum Realized, because what we wanted to do was we wanted to help the marketplace understand that there's at least one company that has realized value from quantum today, and here are the things that you should be thinking about when you're looking for a company that can do that for you.
So from the outside looking in, it felt that maybe he wasn't as educated on the topic as he needed to be, particularly with the nuances. But also AI itself, despite all of its success, you know, there's always this talk about, okay, they peaked, you know, the spending is done, the hyperscalers have tapped out in money and all these things, so they're on this sort of defensive, and all of a sudden you've got this thing charging behind them that may take the spotlight. But since then, they've had an event where they featured quantum computing. Do you think they're more educated now? Do you think that they're sort of, or was that just sort of?
Yes, I think they are more educated, but I also think you're right. They see us coming up from behind, and they're nervous.
Yeah.
And I think that event, whether it was designed to marginalize quantum or it just happened to marginalize quantum, that's what it did. Because when we hear comments like, well, maybe you shouldn't call a quantum computer a computer, you should think of it as a scientific instrument. To me, that's attempting to say, stay out of my space, right? You can play over here.
Right.
And that's just not reality. I mean, our systems are being used to compute solutions to hard problems right now.
So in your answers already, you distinguish your systems, your company, and the others, right? Because we have seen other quantum computing or quantum names. The timelines are out there. It's still making it feel like futuristic. It's really over the horizon. What is it fundamentally different about D-Wave that you've been able to achieve what you've achieved versus your rivals?
Yeah, it really is the annealing approach to quantum computing. So there are these two primary architectural approaches, annealing and gate. Most of the people here understand the difference between the two, but annealing, which is the approach we decided to start with, is just a much easier technology to work with. It's much easier to scale. That's why we're at 5,000 qubits a day and everybody else is at tens to a few hundred. It's much less sensitive to errors, and that's why we're able to deliver really good solutions today without error correction. There's no evidence you'll be able to do that with a gate model system. You're going to need error correction. And then it's very good at solving these business optimization problems that represent most of the important hard problems that businesses need to solve. And it was really that early decision to focus on the annealing architecture as the first of our deliverables into the marketplace that has allowed us to become commercial well ahead of everybody else.
So watching the presentation from in the green room, the guy from Boeing, this is why this is so impressive to me, to have someone like Boeing come in. And when he made the comment that, well, airplane is a little bit harder than a van, if this wasn't, this is how I know you guys are nerds. You were supposed to laugh at that, right? I mean, yeah, a Dreamliner versus a van. But this goes to your point, though, how these complex issues are, how you've been able to go after them. And you also mentioned, I heard you mention Willow. Mm-hmm. So you've got IBM, you've got Google, you've got some other larger names now entering the space. You're a pure play. Are you concerned that they have this muscle that if they just flip on a switch, they can somehow come and create really problems?
Yeah. So first of all, they have very significant investments in gate model quantum computing. And as I'm sure you know, trying to get a large company with a significant investment in one area to switch to another area is hard.
Right.
So I'm not worried that they're going to switch to annealing. But even if
they're definitely not switching to annealing.
We have a 15-year head start. We're not standing still. We've got over 250 US granted patents, 500 worldwide. So we pretty much own the annealing quantum computing space. I'm not at all worried about that. Now, we are also building a gate model system. And in that arena, we do compete with everybody else building gate model systems, whether it's large companies like IBM, Google, AWS, Microsoft, or smaller companies like IonQ, Rigetti, Xanadu. But we have one thing that they do not have, which came out of the annealing work, and that is the ability to control the qubits at cold temperatures. Basically, superconducting control of the qubits. This is something that anybody working with superconducting technology is going to need to figure out in order to scale their systems. We have it today, and it took us many, many years to get it. So even in the gate model space, there's a place where we are significantly ahead.
It's interesting because I want to just pick up on that. As again, listening in the back, and when Elon Musk talked about the government running on blockchain, and the point you made about the energy consumption, even thinking about NVIDIA and the Blackwell chip, and the selling point is the energy part of it, right? I don't hear the quantum. I hear more about the computing aspect of it, not controlling the energy, lowering the energy, making it more realistic that it can actually be applied to these bigger endeavors.
Yeah, well, you don't hear about it because they don't know how to do it, right? I mean, if they knew how to provide the same level of compute with lower energy consumption, they'd be talking about it, because that is the big Achilles heel right now, and that is the area where we are going to be able to deliver very significant value. In fact, a lot of times I'm asked, what is quantum computing, right? And most of the time people expect, well, it uses quantum mechanical effects to solve Hadron superposition, entanglement, tunneling, and then their eyes start to gloss over, right? But if somebody says, what are GPUs? Jensen doesn't go into all the technical details of how the processor works. He says, it's scalable computing, right? So what is quantum computing? It's energy efficient computing for solving hard problems. That's really what quantum computing is.
Love it, love it. So Fortune 500 companies, the adoption, obviously, again, you have Boeing up here. How's that looking?
It's looking good. So first of all, we do regularly report the number of customers. When we announce earnings, we report that. We currently have over 100 customers. Over 75 of them are commercial customers. And a little bit over 20 of those are Global 2000 customers. So we've got a large, diverse customer base, including a number of very large companies.
And the sort of, do you expect a sort of classic hockey stick ramp? In other words, as more adopted, as more talk about it, could it actually become sort of this amazing fortuitous cycle for you?
So yes, but I don't really love the hockey stick characterization because too many business plans have hockey sticks in them, and you never get to the hockey part of the stick, right? So the way I think about it is that as we continue to deliver on our product roadmap, we enable more and more use cases. And as we do that, we're able to layer in more and more revenue in support of those use cases. So it's not so much a step function, like we can't do anything and all of a sudden we can.
Right.
But it's more a nice growth curve that's layering in new use cases.
So quantum delivered, quantum supremacy. Let's talk about that for a moment.
Okay. So quantum supremacy really is just the ability to solve problems on the quantum computer that cannot be solved classically. It's as simple as that. The way we characterize it, though, typically is by looking at how much time it would take if you tried to solve it classically. So,
and that, by the way, was a point brought up a couple of times during the presentation.
Yeah. So we can solve some really hard problems in minutes that would take many years to solve classically, and that is supremacy. And look, it is what everybody in the quantum industry aspires to. It is, in some sense, the holy grail of quantum. And there have been a number of attempts to demonstrate it. There have been a couple of attempts by Google, attempts by IBM, attempts by Alibaba. The early attempts were proven incorrect, what we call spoofed. Classical systems could perform the same computation. The later attempts have held up. Namely, they haven't been spoofed, but they've all been on contrived problems, not useful at all. In fact, academics will tell you, you cannot do anything of use with these results. What's so different about what we've done at D-Wave is that we've demonstrated this ability on important, useful problems. And that's groundbreaking.
How does it give you a commercial advantage?
Yeah. So the supremacy work actually helps us in 3 areas: marketing, technology, and product. So from a marketing perspective, just the fact that we've demonstrated that our quantum computers can do things that can't be done classically gives us credibility. Mm-hmm. So when we go into the marketplace and talk about what we may be able to do for you, how we may be able to help you, we have the credibility of the fact that our systems actually are doing not only useful work, but useful work that can't be done classically. So it's a credibility builder. From a technology perspective, there were some new protocols within our annealing quantum computer that we had to develop in order to achieve the supremacy result. Central is what's called fast annealing, basically to run our quantum computers at nanosecond speeds. That capability is directly applicable to providing better solutions to optimization problems. So the technology that we develop for supremacy applies in our commercial business as well. And then finally, product. As I said, we now have a quantum blockchain, right, which is a much more energy efficient blockchain, which opens up new product opportunities for us.
I'm going to ask you about the disruption. When you talk blockchain, a lot of folks think about the crypto potential Bitcoin disruption but before that, as an investor, people now sort of lump the pure play names together. You already mentioned Rigetti, IonQ, whatever. What's the distinction between them? Obviously, you're the only one with the quantum supremacy, but I don't know that the average investor per se understands that or knows that.
Yeah. Well, in some sense, the most significant difference is that both of them have yet to show that their quantum computer can perform even a little better than classical, right? So you hear these comments every so often that, oh, we've been able to solve this problem better than classical. But when you actually go look at the results, what you realize that they're cherry-picked results. They don't hold up when you start scaling the problem. In fact, one of our researchers, Kathy McGew, will be out here later talking about the right way to do benchmarking. And when you hear these kinds of results, here's what you should look for to see if they're solid results or not. But they're just still in the R&D phase. They have a lot of work to do before they get to the point where they have quantum computers that can actually do useful work.
As you race forward, and I think that would be the appropriate word for this, and become more successful, and the spotlight gets a little bit brighter and wider, I think invariably you'll get the same sort of questions that you have with AI, right? Particularly when you start talking about AI supremacy and the anguish that goes along with that. Within the industry, the pioneers of AI, and obviously for everyone else who's paying attention, are you concerned about that at all? You prepared to say, okay, because it's going to come with the territory.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's an important question. It's a real concern. We do have people who think that our quantum computers will open up a parallel universe that we'll all be sucked into.
I watched The Twilight Zone, so I don't know.
Don't worry, it isn't going to happen. But look, the way I think about it is all computers can be used for good and they can be used for bad. And it's not about the computers, right? I mean, we shouldn't stop advancing the technology because we're worried that it might not be used only for good.
Right.
What we need to do is be vigilant about how these systems are being used and ensure that we're focused on using them to advance business and to advance society.
Should there be any government guardrails? Do you want any government oversight at all? That's always a double-edged sword.
That almost sounds like an IQ test. I'm a free market kind of person.
Okay. All right. I just, because obviously, it's one of these things where, again, the general public will say, okay, that's fine and dandy, but I need someone out there, who's watching my back.
Look, I mean, I absolutely believe that, for example, we need guardrails for children, particularly with respect to social media, and now with AI turbocharging that. So yes, I think there is a role for government to play.
Okay. Just not with D-Wave. Just joking.
Maybe not with D-Wave.
We'll get you a carve out. We'll get you a carve out. Gotta ask now. So listening, you talked a little bit about things on the drawing board, potential products. Can you talk more? Let's elaborate a little bit more on some of the things that we might see over the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. So first of all, we will bring our Advantage 2 processor to market. That's our 6th generation quantum computer, more connected quantum computer, better coherence time, better energy scale, able to solve larger and more complex problems. In fact, the quantum supremacy work required the Advantage 2 processor. So we don't have it generally available yet. We have it in our labs. We have it available in our cloud service for our customers to experiment with. But a large version of that will become generally available later this year. And then you will see throughout the course of the year proof points with respect to the advanced technologies that I talked about. Proof points around novel annealing protocols like cyclic annealing. Proof points around analog digital control of our quantum process. Proof points around multi-chip for more significant scaling.
So every day, just about every day, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but just about every day, I see a story on quantum somewhere, and they're not necessarily, high above the fold, sort of to speak, but they're rising. And I think I just saw something 4 or 5 days ago with the random numbers.
Yes,
right.
That was from Quintinuum.
Right, and just like, it's just looking at it as, it's really fascinating. I think, again, not enough folks are out there who aren't in this industry or in this space really paying attention, but it's coming so fast. When you see these sort of developments, even from rivals, what does it do for you? Does it energize you? Does it say, hey, there's another area to look at? I mean, what is it because the news is coming and it's all pretty good stuff, and I think way ahead of schedule.
Yeah. The short answer is yes. It is exciting whenever we see advances in any area of quantum. I think the Willow announcement from Google was a really significant and important piece of work. This was the first time that anybody was actually able to show that you can make error correction work. Now, they did it on a small scale, but nonetheless, they were able to show that as you increase the size of the error correction, the errors reduce. And then they were able to use that to basically repeat a supremacy computation that they had done a few years ago that did get spoofed. And this one likely won't be spoofed because they could do a longer computation. And that was really important and really kind of energized the whole gate model quantum industry around the fact that, yes, we are making progress toward error correction, which is extremely important. And then whenever anybody comes up with a demonstration of new applications that a quantum computer can solve, that's exciting to all of us. Whenever I hear one of these press release, see one of the press releases or hear one of these comments, the first thing I do is I go to our technical team and say, okay, can we do this?
Right.
What'll it take?
Right. So then, with all of that being said, you've got a packed house here. What are the main takeaways that you want the folks out there to take when they leave this conference?
Yeah. I think the most important takeaway is that D-Wave is here today to help you solve your hardest problems. And we will engage with you, with our technical team, to help identify the hard problems that can best be solved by our systems. We'll help build those out, and we'll help you be successful with that technology.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, it's been a pleasure and honor to getting to know you and meet you.
Thank you very much.
What you're doing amazing. But before I let it go, I'll just give you a quick story. The first stock I invested in, I bought my first mutual fund when I was 17. My mom had to co-sign. And remember, we grew up in Harlem. I had no money, so I worked every day. I saved my money. My first stock was a company called MCI. And they had a CEO, his name was Bill McCowan. And he was so driven, like he slept 3 hours a night. I think he drank 25 cups of coffee a day. Back in the day, this was hard work. He smoked 10 packs of cigarettes. But what I loved about him as a young man, deciding my very first stock, was he was a maverick. And he went after the largest company in the world at the time, AT&T. And the way he did it was sort of using rooftop antennas, right, to create this sort of system. And the reason I bring that up is I've always been attracted to companies that are pioneers, that have driven CEOs. I always tell people, invest in people, not stocks, not companies, invest in people. And I got to tell you, you're the real deal.
Thanks,
I
Charles.
appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, that was fun. The best part was that he actually didn't use the questions we asked him to ask. Okay, just to wrap up. First of all, again, thank you all for taking the time to be here with us today. We've got an amazing agenda throughout the course of today and tomorrow, and we think you're going to find a lot of interesting information, and hopefully you walk out as inspired as we are every single day with the work that we're doing. But just to recap, quantum has been realized, and it's been realized by D-Wave. We have applications that customers are using as part of their business operations today. We've demonstrated the ability for our systems to solve problems that cannot be solved classically, full stop. Our systems are highly reliable and highly available, even with service level agreements. And we've got a diverse and growing customer base. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Alan. Good to see you. Fantastic. Okay, well, I'm going to ask you again. Let's thank Alan, Charles, and all of our speakers who came out this morning to share their stories and experience about, how quantum computing technology has brought value to them. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, everyone. Oh, what's that? Okay, so next up, we have two guests who are joining us from the Jülich Supercomputing Center. The center provides German and European researchers with compute time on high-performance supercomputers and operates UNIQ, the Jülich Unified Infrastructure for Quantum, which provides science and industry access to state-of-the-art quantum computing devices. In February, and you heard Alan mention this on stage earlier, in February, Jülich became the first high-performance computing center to purchase a D-Wave Advantage annealing quantum computer with plans to connect it to the Jupyter exascale computer for advancements in artificial intelligence and quantum optimization. Now, our guests today are Crystal Mikkelsen, head of the Quantum Information Processing Group at Jülich, and you've already met Thomas Lippert, head of Jülich Supercomputing Center and the director of the Institute for Advanced Simulation. So
wow.
Thomas, back to the stage.
So good morning from our side. Do you hear me? No? Okay, now, good morning from our side, from the Jülich Supercomputing Center. Let me introduce my co-director, Professor Christel Michielsen. She is also the head of the quantum computing and of a new infrastructure that we have brought together with computers, with quantum computers, where the D-Wave machine is our flagship machine called UNIQ. And I'm the director, and I'm mainly responsible for the HPC part of the center, but I'm also quantum physicist. So just to give you an idea where we are located, this is at the nexus of Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany in a small town that was founded by the Romans. And at this time it was called Iuliacum, now it's called Jülich today. Also Luxembourg is quite close to that, and this is where we are concretely situated. This is a research center, Jülich, and within the research center, on this part here, you can find the supercomputing part of Nothing happened.
He fell. He fell. He fell off the stage. What the fuck?
Very sorry for this. Let's continue. Okay. This was, of course, planned. Yeah, this was, of course, planned, as you should know. Yeah, okay, let's go on. Again here, the supercomputing center is at the lower edge. I will not approach this part of the stage again. I'm just refrain from doing that. Okay, so, and we have about 7,500 people from 114 countries. And in the supercomputing center, we have about 356 technicians and scientists from 41 countries. So we are quite a multi-country, multinational center in Jülich. Our mission primarily is to promote supercomputing. And one of the stages of supercomputing, it goes all with our numbering system, 10 to the 9, it's giga, 10 to the 12 tera, 10 to the 15 peta, and 10 to the 18 floating point operations per second. We call exa computing. You might know what comes next. It's zeta, but what comes after zeta? Iota, Rona, Quetta. Okay, that's where computing will go, and also where D-Wave will go in the future. So there is a lot of activities there. It's high-end simulation. It's large-scale AI. It's what we call the foundational models, the large language models, the large multimodal models. All of this is on our plans and activity schedule. And of course, we are researching new technologies, future technologies, like quantum computing, quantum annealing, neuromorphic computing, and I mentioned it before, the digital cryocomputing. We believe that computing will undergo a transition towards a direction where the energy per floating point operation has to be brought down by a huge factor. And here, we are very close to what quantum computing is, for instance, with the quantum annealing. We need cryostats. We need to go to very low temperatures to achieve this goal. But my prediction, in 10, 15 years, this will be the direction of computing. Now, we also do many other things. We federate computing in Germany, in Europe, worldwide. You might have heard about the SKA, which is the astronomy project to go towards the edges of the universe. We have effective support structures, and we educate new scientists in HPC, in AI, and in quantum computing. So that's where we head now for. We are at the end stages of the implementation of the exascale supercomputer Jupiter. Jupiter stands for about 1.35 exaflop raw power and 1 exaflop of Lindbergh power, but it stands for much more. It will provide more than 40 exaflop AI compute at 8-bit. So this machine has a dual role. It's a simulation machine, and it's also a computing machine. The main point here is that it is a machine that we call a modular supercomputer. In a modular supercomputer, you join different elements. You have a sort of administrative system. These are the classical cluster computers. But you have also something that we have very naturally called a booster. This is a module that uses dominantly GPUs and the most modern GPUs. So the cluster and the booster are brought together. And of course, you can, when you have achieved such a software environment, an operating system environment, where you can include all of this also in a user program, then you can include a quantum computer, a quantum annealer. And that's the reason why we call in the future the D-Wave systems that we acquire now, that we call it a module in our supercomputer environment. It's not a module that is less than the Jupiter. It's of its own, let's say, virtue and its own reasoning why we have it. But we bring them both together and we want to make more out of that. And you heard it before, one very important activity will be to boost the performance of the training process of large foundation models by means of the quantum computer. I think this is very close to us now. Now, our computing strategy has paid off in several projects. One of those is a language model we call OpenGPTX. It's one of the first open models in the sense that all the links that go into the training are controlled and controllable. That's an important issue for the future, for the ethics of computing, because we have to know by which type of material we are training our models so that we give them to our children and to all other people in this world. And this OpenGPTX is now in a stage to be provided. It's called Token. It will, on Jupiter, be trained as a model with several hundred billion parameters. So this is where we head for AI. Another AI activity is weather forecast, climate prediction, where we are quite advanced and can compete with any other of those most successful type of endeavors in doing meteorology with these AI methods. If we now, I could go on. I just had a review and I had to present about 20 of those projects, but I would like to stop here with the application of Jupiter and of our activities in the field of quantum simulation and quantum computing. On the one hand, doing quantum simulations, on the other hand, to emulate the basic operation of quantum computers. And all of this goes down, let's say, to the year 2010 or so, when we first conceived our goal towards exascale. At this time, maybe about 42 qubits could be simulated on the machines. Meanwhile, we are heading for 50 qubits. This is quite something. So having 50 qubits on a classical computer requires an exascale machine with its memory. And this is where I would want to hand over to Crystal. Crystal, please take over and explain these people what quantum computing is. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. Yes, why are we making these simulations of quantum computers? First of all, we want to know how these systems operate. And this also holds for the D-Wave quantum computer. So we use this type of emulations on our classical computers in order to understand the operation of the system. A second goal is to look into quantum algorithms and to study the how these quantum algorithms by itself perform, but also how they perform if you put them on a noisy quantum computer or if you do some annealing, and where you can make combinations, where you can make improvements. So in Jülich, we have, at the Jülich Supercomputing Center, developed our own quantum computing strategy. And the first pillar is the modeling and emulation, exactly for the reasons I have given you. And with the software product, you have seen the Jülich Universal Quantum Computer Simulator. We also have been participating in the quantum supremacy project of Google, in which we benchmarked the Sycamore processor. Now, the second pillar in our strategy is to install, operate, and provision quantum computing systems. And the first system we provided our users access to was a quantum annealer of D-Wave, which we are hosting since 2022. Then, in order to come to practical quantum computing, our vision at the Jülich Supercomputing Center is already for quite some time that one has to integrate these high-performance computing systems and quantum computing systems. One has to combine the best of both worlds in order to make some progress. And then last but not least, we know that users are very important. Not only scientific users, also all kinds of industrial users for their applications. So, and for this purpose, we have created a quantum computer user facility called UNIQ, the Jülich Unified Infrastructure for Quantum Computing. In this user infrastructure, we do not only provide the users access to the system, but we also provide them with training. We provide summer schools, spring schools, and so on. And together with our customers, we work on applications. This can be a scientific application, but this can also be in an industrial project where we work together with our industrial customer to come to some type of application. So here you see a picture of the building of the quantum computer user facility, and actually that's the building that hosts the D-Wave quantum annealer since 2022. In this building, we have 2 machine rooms. At the moment, one is occupied by a D-Wave Advantage system, which will, in the near future, will be upgraded to the Advantage 2 system. And then we will have a second system. So we will have one that we host and which we do experiments with. That's the one we purchased. But for a long time, we're also hosting the European system for D-Wave. So there will be a second one. And it's very probable that we will host both systems in this building. Now the history, as Thomas already was saying, his first contact with D-Wave was in November 2007 at a supercomputing conference in Reno. So there D-Wave had a small booth, and they were presenting some prototype applications on one of their first chips. It only had 28 qubits, but nevertheless they were making a live demo. And Thomas was so enthusiastic about it that they had a lot of discussions. And you see now at the Jülich Supercomputing Center, we are hosting and operating one of their systems. So in October 2019, we had our festivity, namely for the signature of a usage contract with D-Wave. That was the first system that we were hosting, the Advantage system, an entirely European system, which was also very important for the European companies because they want to compute under European legislation. And then finally, in January 2022, we had the deployment of our system. I must say this was a major accomplishment because in between ordering the machine and installing and calibrating the machine, we had COVID. So it finally took us all a little bit longer, but we finally managed. So I want to give you now some applications. from a scientific point of view. And you know, in quantum computing, there are three major application fields. You have optimization, you have quantum machine learning, and then you also have quantum simulation. So this first project is a project which was done in collaboration with Boeing. And the reason is it's an optimization problem from the airline industry. The task is to assign aircrafts to flights, thereby minimizing the overall cost, respecting operational constraints. It's an optimization problem with a huge number of constraints. So each airline has different types of airplanes. They have different routes. They are carrying persons. They are carrying goods. They have to take into account with the working times of their personnel. So every day, they have to solve huge optimization problems. It is clear that a quantum computer, also not a quantum D-wave annealer, can solve such big optimization problems. So one always has to simplify the problem, and one also has to make it smaller. So we made it smaller to a problem with 40 qubits. And now you can ask why 40, because D-wave has many more. Yes, but we could simulate 40 qubits on our HPC system. So then we could make a comparison between quantum annealing and the optimization algorithms, the quantum approximate optimization algorithm, which one can be running on a gate-based quantum computer. So we wanted to do some cross-platform benchmarking and see what quantum annealing can do compared to the gate-based systems. So therefore, we have been running this Quioa on our supercomputer. Here you see a figure with the outcome. You see the success probability as a function of the number of qubits. And Quioa are the green dots, or the green square. So what did we notice? We noticed that if we have this quantum algorithm, which was considered to be a good one for a gate-based quantum computer, on an emulated quantum computer, so an ideal one without any errors, there is no influence from temperature, we notice that when this quantum computer becomes bigger and bigger, our success rate is decreasing. So we noticed even an exponential decrease. And then we thought, oh, in that case, this quantum algorithm will not be a good one for the gate-based quantum computer, because if it becomes bigger, it becomes useless. So then we tried several improvements, but although we succeeded improving a lot, we also have been looking what D-Wave was doing for such type of problems. And not only the ones with 40 qubits, but also bigger ones. And there we immediately saw, without making any extra efforts, that we already had a success rate of 70%. And we know that when the machine becomes bigger, when the coherence becomes better, when the connectivity between the qubits becomes higher, this can only improve. So a second project which I want to highlight here is one related to quantum machine learning. One algorithm in machine learning is the support vector machine. And we have put this onto a quantum annealer for different purposes. And one purpose was classification of images. So what you see here is on the left side, a small picture of the city of Toulouse, in which there are 3 classes. So one blue, which is water. Then we have in orange the buildings, and then green we have pervious surfaces. So the left picture is the ground truth, and then on the right you already see what a classical support vector machine was giving as an outcome. As I said, we have been putting it on the quantum annealer for binary classification, but of course one also wants to do multi-class classification. So we kept on extending our algorithms. And then now on the right there, you can see what the outcome is with a D-Wave quantum annealer. Now, the good news is that we see a result that is comparable to what we know from classical machine learning, but it scales more efficiently with a number of training samples. So the D-Wave quantum annealer can play here some important role. Now, all of you know that this quantum machine learning is one step towards AI. So quantum annealing will also play a role in what is now the new field called quantum artificial intelligence. A third project from quantum simulation, as I said, this is the third field in which quantum computing is believed to bring some advantages. And here this is a recent result, namely about simulating the reconfiguration of quantum domain, the dynamics of the quantum domain reconfiguration in particular two-dimensional electronic crystals. So on top, you see STM measurements, scanning tunneling microscope measurements in such a two-dimensional electronic crystal. And what you see at the bottom is the emulation of this scanning tunneling microscope process on a quantum annealer. And what one can conclude from this scientific work is that reproducing the dynamics or the time evolution and the temperature dependence of this domain configuration shows that pink noise plays an important role in this dynamics. And this as well in the experiment with the scanning tunneling microscope as in the annealing. So with this, you can see that you have a new approach to studying non-equilibrium quantum many-body dynamics. The goal is, as Thomas already explained, to combine HPC exascale system with such a quantum annealer. Why? We want to give tasks that a quantum annealer can do better than an exascale system, maybe some optimization, machine learning, to the quantum annealer. And the other thing is, which can be a huge advantage, is that the quantum annealer can do this for us with usage of much less power. That's the huge advantage. So present and near future, as I already mentioned, we purchased the D-Wave Advantage 2 system, and this will allow us to experiment with the system. We can change the parameters, but that's not all. We will also have a very close research collaboration, and with this, we hope that we can come to applications together with D-Wave and their customers on the hybrid, HPC, quantum, and also AI computations for applications. So, and with this, I would like to summarize. So in Jülich, we have this experience with modular computing. So for us, it's very natural to add quantum systems as a module. And as such, we want to combine all these modules to do computation. And computation means what is now called classical simulation, AI, and quantum computing. So therefore, we very much look forward to this coupling of the new D-Wave Advantage system to our exascale system, which will be up and running in summer of this year. And then you will see a complete new way of solving numerical and real-world problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Crystal. That's wonderful. Thanks for a great presentation. Thomas, great. Thank you so much. Terrific, everyone. Well, we've had a busy morning, and my iPad turned off, and an absolutely packed morning. You know, listening to Thomas and Crystal talk, it's absolutely fantastic to have leaders, world leaders here, talking about their vision for quantum computing and a roadmap for getting the understanding, the applications.
Okay, well, didn't really learn too much. Lighting is great. Corcept's holding on to its gains. SPY down 37 basis points. I have a bunch of work to do. I don't know if I have time. I don't know if I have time for trading anymore. Yeah, Sarepta's acting like dog shit, huh? First the patient dies, then the FDA. J&J has taken over from Novo Nordisk. So Novo's dropped from number 2 drug maker to number 4. AbbVie's number 2 now. And J&J is also bigger now. Pfizer's just barely in the top 10. I don't know if Novo's a buy. Most of the pharmas look fairly valued to me. I don't think you can replace SAP by with AI. Ugly looking chart. Well, if you have a ERP software, you have a ton of different older systems that have to get integrated. And it's very hard to replace ERP software. It's extremely tough. I mean, SAP makes lots of software. Enterprise resource planning. It applies to tons of different little things. I mean, imagine having 600 stores or thousands of SKUs and it all has to roll up to one accounting system. What are you going to use, QuickBooks? MVister, you keep saying that, but we don't do lock-in. You don't seem to be listening to me. Yeah, it's a huge ordeal to switch ERP systems. I could check some DMs. Let's see. Can't do it on screen. Yep, all the time. A 5-6 year project. So hungry, food's coming soon. IonQ below 22. Love to see it. Never heard of NMAX. What is this thing? Newsmax? Oh. Is this an IPO? Yeah, I wonder. I'll look at this one. Capper down 20%. That's what happens when you're all cap. Next time you start a company, try not to make it full of cap with cap in the ticker. Yeah, Huma is just dog shit. That guy Shark Biotech is talking shit. I was explaining that at $5 or $6. This wasn't even a close call. It's not a close call at $2. It's still a good short. I'm sure the S1 has some data, Oliver. The good news about an IPO is you can't do another offering. Yeah, I like Sarepta still. Yeah, yeah. I haven't changed my mind just because the stock went down. I think I'm not the person to ask about war with Iran. I don't know that. Yeah, platinum-resistant ovarian is very hard to treat. I mean, Chegg is just a dog. It's just disappearing slowly. I don't think management's doing anything to fix it. Yeah, Corcept is a company I've known for like 20 years. It's a very odd company. They had mifepristone for Cushing's. They're also going for depression a long time ago, something called psychotic major depression. Very bizarre disorder. Yeah, there's nothing LBO there. Isn't that their slogan, Death to America? Isn't that what Iran that's their thing? Just be like, listen, Iran, focus on yourself, okay? SPY only down 19 basis points, almost break even here. Or flat, as they say. Pretty close. I'm in Thinkorswim. Very interesting. It's a bit of a disaster. The sheer amount of menus is just absurd. Okay, they only have 11 news wires. What a disaster. Trying to take a screenshot, show it to my colleagues.
and their retail business is, to their business, making sure
their own news network, Schwab TV.
The easier it is, the quicker you can find it, you'll buy. And then as far as the cloud computing unit, businesses are going to move their data in increasing speed and quantity to the cloud so they can use it to feed the models, both large and small, that are going to help them make business decisions, reduce costs, and eventually generate more revenue. So I think AI is going to be a big boost for Amazon's businesses.
Yeah, understood. And then for Progressive, why Progressive now?
Yeah, Progressive is a wonderful business to hold today.
Or told NBC News' Kristen Walker this weekend that he was, quote, pissed off, that's his term, not ours, at Vladimir Putin.
Okay, so there's Schwab and CNBC on here.
Pricing across the industry.
Yeah, does any of you guys use Thinkorswim? It's kind of terrible. Who likes this thing? They have a widget for when the market opens and closes, like... I think it's called a clock. I hope the trading module is better than the trading module is maybe better than the analysis modules. There's no news on here. Good. How's it good with 11 news sources? They don't even have Reuters. They don't even have Reuters. It looks like it's got better trading tools than analysis tools. Yeah, the borrow is very important. Hey, thank you. Yeah. Is it Java or JavaScript? I'm pretty sure it's Java. Right? And 2 p.m. lunch. It's Electron with Chromium. So it's just the web app with a wrapper. I got a salmon salad, but the salmon is detached from the salad. Ticked off. It feels like Java to me, not Electron. Yeah, I don't like interactives borrow sometimes. Spies are up, man. Go figure. We gotta find another cassava, man. I mean, quantum is another cassava. Well, binary events sometimes have a way of debinarying. It can screw you over in other ways. Yeah, Leonard, you might be right. Oh, man. Did you guys see the NBA brawl? I don't think AI is going to help the FDA. FDA's, there's usually a lot of, it's usually pretty easy to figure out if a drug's working or not. Well, it was nothing too serious. True. White boy held his own. True. Yeah, you gotta be careful when you short Carvana. Final call for drug approval goes to Pelosi. I'm sorry. Final call for a drug approval goes straight to Pelosi's broker. Corcept 107. What? Huh? Approval? What? I don't know, Tashi. We haven't really talked about a trading product yet. Let's look at Recursion. That's that weird kind of fake drug company. Fake AI drug company. Guys are trying real hard to be AI. Problem is, drugs are drugs. Yeah, we agree with you, Dusty. It's hard to change a name. Okay, so Recursion has a CDK7. Yeah, that's right, Liam. Tech, full stack tech bio platform. Oh my God. I'm dying. One partial response. Nice, Johnny. These are just trash targets. I just ate. Something like that, Zach. Huh. I certainly don't see that happening, but maybe. I've always hated this company. Like, C. difficile doesn't need new drugs, I don't think. No, Justin, I have not. I'm not really too interested in doing anything in the drug world right now. These targets are just cruddy. Yeah, at least I'm not banned from that sector, Justin. Amphistar has a GLP-1? Generic or what? Yeah, I'm gonna stick to working on Godel, but I appreciate it. Got my hands full here. I mean, we make we we make software for news and earnings and things like that. Well, I think that markets will always, there's always froth in markets and there's always fear in markets. So, it comes and goes. No, Robert. Nothing wrong with booking a gain. I mean, imagine they present results of the drug and there's something squirrely about it. Godel's already better than Robinhood. But yeah, competing on the transaction side, I think is a little tricky, but for the data and analytics side, I mean, Robinhood's pretty terrible. Yeah, RXRX looks like a 0. We don't have any transactions. We don't do any trading. Just do one thing. Yeah, it doesn't exist. I mean, they're trying. They're trying, but they're not trying very hard. I mean, when your competition is think or swim, I can't do very much there. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for Goodell. You know, it's a big part of it is just knowing which ones to do first. You know, if you do the right order, you can do really well. If you do it wrong, you could go bankrupt. So. I don't think any professionals use think or swim. I've never used Webull, so I really don't know. Can't say much about it. I'm not short it, but it looks like a zero. There's not one. There's not one drug there, right? Looks interesting to me. Vertex has a potential small molecule for Huntington's. That's a big deal. Yeah, they're kind of all the same logo. All the cystic fibrosis drugs. That's less think or swim. That's more just the borrow desk at Schwab, right? I mean, I think almost all professionals use Bloomberg, Capital IQ, Refinitiv, FactSet. I'd say in that order, probably. I think it will be a lot like other systems where, if you want real-time quotes, you have to subscribe to them. The exchanges are pretty strict. Certain exchanges are pretty strict about what prices they'll let you show to users. I think we'll have access to all of them, but like if you want all the real-time prices, your bill will probably have to go up, because just the bill alone for like 10 exchanges is more than what we charge per month. So we kind of can't eat that. So what most places do is they let you subscribe to real time with one click, but your bill will go up. Interactive charges you for quotes too, but if you trade enough, the quote fees get waived. I don't think the capital IQ you get with your university is the same capital IQ that Wall Streeters got. I checked that on MIT's capital IQ. Probably not that different. Capital IQ kind of sucks. I think it might be the same, actually. I don't know what the latest capital IQ system is. Looks so terrible. I don't know if the university product is the same as the corporate product. No, Stockfish, maybe someday. I think that's a good idea, GD. There you go, Imperium. It's just like a website interface, right? It's just like pretty ugly. You have to click around to kind of like use it, and you have to know where everything is in every menu. It's just like kind of a disaster. I saw the news. I don't know if I saw the SEC filing. Was there something special in the SEC filing? There's a press release about some new capability for optimization. And the Japan Tobacco Project. Same old D-Wave bullshit. So I guess what you're saying, GD, is that if you have an API that's got real-time prices, you want to use that as your pricing source so you don't pay twice, perhaps. It's funny, it's kind of an issue in finance. You often will pay for prices in a lot of different venues twice. I think if a service's price gets high enough, maybe it can bundle one of the prices in for free. But I think if you want to sub to like all global markets, all asset classes, all real time, I'm just taking a guess here. I want to say in level 2, 300 to 500 a month. What do you guys think? If you want like SIP feed and like really high quality data, it's I think it's even more expensive. Many thousands of dollars. Probably 300 to 500 a month for level 1 real time across the board. You get German and Japanese stocks on Thinkorswim? Let me check that out. Trying to find, I see some bonds. Yeah, I only see US stocks here. Even though I see other... It's weird. Yeah, we definitely have LLMs coming. I don't know if people want filing summarizations. That's yeah, I don't see any international on Thinkorswim. I'm sure that they support on Schwab international, right? They sort of have to. Yeah, German's coming very soon. We just talked to them today. But yeah, it doesn't look like you can get international stocks on Thinkorswim, which is really disappointing. It looks like they do have bonds, which is kind of remarkable. International stocks a lot easier than international bonds. I'm shocked at how bad this is. Like honestly, I heard good things about Thinkorswim. So this is like shockingly bad. What do you like about Thinkorswim if anybody out there does like it? It seems to have good like good trading tools. TradeWeb is a competitor to bond guys. Yeah, it seems like it's a decent execution platform, but only for U.S. stocks. I guess options and maybe futures. No, if you like it, use it by all means. You know, it's good for entering your positions, right? Let me check out that options calculator too. You should be able to do whatever display size you want. We watched the first part of the D-Wave event. It was riveting. Yeah, no international stocks. I don't know, GD. I don't know. No, just interactive, Darren. I'm sorry, just Bloomberg. I think the color scheme is somewhat similar. Sort of dark focused, no colors. We don't use Polygon too much. But we will be doing level 2 with that stuff. Le Pen was convicted, right? The Ulick people said almost nothing. They really didn't say anything. I don't know if overseas markets will outperform or this and that. Trevor Milton. I think we'll do an API someday. No way. I mean, no way. It's all right, Kamala. You have Godel. We're just about to add a few really big features, so super excited. I think so, Jack. I don't know if it's coming very soon, but yeah. We try not to call too many third-party APIs. Most of the time you have like a WebSocket, but you know, you do want speed is important to us. That's funny, Hemi. Shit. Darren's also got the lock in your rate. We ended lock-in pricing last week. A lot, Isa, a lot. Yeah, I'm Albanian. But why do you care if Godel sounds Jewish? What difference does it make to you? Why are you focused on this? Yeah, everyone who subscribed before what, last Thursday or last Tuesday? Oh yeah. INMB is going to be a huge short. I don't know about Carthage, but I do know we're no longer locking in prices, so make sure you don't write that. I do answer DMs on Godel. I try to. Okay, Slurpee, time to go. Thanks for coming. Adios. Yeah, price lock's over. No more price protection. No and no. I don't comment on 2,000 or 1,000 or 10,000. But no, I'm not the richest Albanian. Or the most famous. INMB is 0. No oversized t-shirt, I think. I'm not going to be the star attraction of Godel. I think, comparing Bloomberg pricing and our pricing, I think that's the main goal there. We're at 80 bucks a month. Wow, Robert, big short position. No, I don't think I'd be president of Albania. There's probably too much grift there for me to survive. Yes, Casimir. For life. Yeah, yeah. No more locks, period. It's not 12,000 viewers, it's 12,000 people have seen the stream. They reported it a little bit differently. Oh. Worse congestion. AMC is just always a zero. I like math. Godot was cool. We needed a name. We were going to do Boomerang a long time ago. And Boomerang was, yeah, just less than ideal because there's, well, our Discord server is free. I think if you blow your nose hard enough, it actually makes it worse. Am I wrong? Built it, Sabine. Yeah, real easy, Robert, right? Every time I go out to dinner, people recognize me. That's part of life as a semi-famous person. Yeah, Boomerang is actually trademarked by Bloomberg. I like the Boomerang name because it sounds like it's when you do something and it comes back to you. That's kind of the concept there. Anovis is a good scam, yeah. Anovis and Anavex and Capricorn, and these are such great stocks to short. They're all zeros. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. Ramanujan. I like that. Yeah, I mean, 15 minutes of fame only lasts so long. Our Venus, other than the failures, what's there to catch up on? SPY's up 30 basis points. No, not at all, Walden Meisterbros. I don't mind if people ask me about stock picks. I think it's funny. Yeah, Amazon sold its IonQ stake. Yeah. Oh, I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think INMB is a short, yeah, for sure. I don't know if it's that much volatility, Dusty. It's definitely... I don't know. The intraday or the day-to-day? I mean, most of the day-to-day moves are still within 1%. I don't know if they're that high. 2%, yeah. Yeah, I mean, today's action was weird, but, you know, it wasn't that clear why we opened up down so much anyway. When you say all in, you got to be careful there. I don't think they're all in on China stocks. Most professionals are never all in on anything. All in is just not a thing. I don't think we're going to do any debt financing soon. I don't spend a lot of time on that kind of stuff, Liam. I mean, you could have a few percentage point position, but it's not all in. Yeah, I mean, we're entering a period of uncertainty, so it sort of makes a little bit of sense that there's a little bit more volatility, but yeah, I don't manage a hedge fund, Ryan. Why don't I live more healthy? But sometimes people can't control it. You know, if you're born with Huntington's disease, you don't get to choose whether you live healthy or not. Is that generic? That's not generic semaglutide. That's generic Victoza, right? I don't know about investing in Russia. I really don't. Let's go. I wrote on my Substack some stuff on quantum, so check that out, but I don't really have a full paper. I'm not going to be jacked anytime soon. D-Wave, out of the money leaps. I mean, if you want to buy D-Wave call options, buy the 100 calls. I mean, will D-Wave be bigger than NVIDIA in 5 or 10 years? Possibly, possibly. I don't know if I like Snap or not. I have a smart friend who loves it. I think some of the Chinese drugs are probably pretty well discovered and well developed. I don't know. Maybe it's Beijing's success. Wow, that's crazy. Lukoil. The funny thing about quantum is that they can't really factor 15 with a full Shor's algorithm. A full Shor's blows up. So you can't even do the full Shor's algorithm. You have to do this like basically a non-quantum algorithm. You can do Shor's a lot of different ways where it's like mostly classical, all quantum, mostly quantum. D-Wave is a long-term zero. So S&P really rallying hard here into the close. I don't know if it's a bottom or not. Just one day. Yeah, D-Wave isn't even really a quantum thing, although they say they're going to try to do gates. I don't know how they're going to catch up to even the guys that are doing gates now. He's canceling the tariffs. Shutting the studio down. By the way, if anyone has a Refinitiv subscription, send me a DM. I'll send you some cash. You know what I mean? FactSet as well. Yeah, I believe that, Fantasista. No, I'm looking for somebody who has a deal with Refinitiv. Part of like institutional. Oh, it's a good one, Timothy. I don't know. Rigetti below 8. Yeah, exactly, Cody. That's probably going to be the case for a long time. Yeah, we're not in a bear market yet. Soon. Soon. I don't know if, the word catalyst is the way I look at it anyway, but bad earnings could be a catalyst. And IonQ is already trying to cook the books for that, but what if you're Rigetti or D-Wave? It's going to be tricky. The average stock is in a bear market, just not like market cap weighted. It's a correction, maybe not a bear market. 20% for the bear market, right? 10% for the correction, whatever that means. No opinion on Summit, not really. That data set is still needs to be replicated. Yeah, I think Tempest is a short. Yeah, I think we're going to see a bigger correction. All right, guys, I'm going to take off a little bit early today. Thank you so much. Go to godelterminal.com. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll look at some more stocks. Thanks for coming. See you then.